Guide it today. Schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go. GUIDA.com.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1216. 800-499-1216. 800-499-1216.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at CISA.gov/Secure Our World for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Clayman, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The markets will look to continue Friday's gains when they open for the new week today. The Dow up 68 Friday. The S&P 500 gained 30 for its 3rd straight record close and 34th of the year. And the Nasdaq up 164 for its 4th straight record close and 24th of the year. Microsoft, Meta, Apple, and Google all closed at 2024 record highs as well. All that after the June jobs report showed that the economy added 206,000 jobs last month, slightly higher than economists predicted. Walmart's Deals event, the company's challenge to Amazon's Prime Days, it starts today and runs through Thursday. Target's Circle Week is also underway. And there will be a hearing in Delaware today on Elon Musk's Tesla pay package, which will decide whether to award billions in Tesla stock to lawyers who challenged Musk's compensation, approved by shareholders in June. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
As companies around the world embrace artificial intelligence and many governments try to safeguard people from the dangers of it, one dark side is already proliferating on the internet.
The truth of the matter is anyone can be a victim.
Andrea Powell, an expert on sexual exploitation who's worked with survivors around the world, says deep fake abuse is estimated to have grown by 3,000% since 2019, with hundreds of apps available to help create fakes, many of them free, and often used to target women and girls, including female students and teachers.
It's a digital virtual gun that is loaded and aimed at the faces and lives of women and girls, such as those testifying before you today.
Powell attended a field hearing held recently by Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz, who introduced the Take It Down Act.
If you are a victim of revenge or AI-generated explicit imagery in the internet age, your life changes permanently.
He says while so-called revenge porn has been around for decades, new AI tools have made creating realistic images and videos easier than ever. And schools across the country are seeing an explosion of AI-generated sexually exploitative images of female students.
Thousands upon thousands upon thousands of them. These images are often created and spread by male classmates.
That's what happened to Texas high school student Elliston Berry last year when she was just 14 years old.
I had been notified from a friend. She had texted me and called me, telling me that these images of her and I and another one of our friends was going around.
She's one of several victims who testified at the field hearing, along with her mother, Anna McAdams.
So these photos were getting spread around Snapchat, and she had texted me about these images. So this was on a Monday, and I believe he created them over the weekend, but I had known about them on Monday.
Wow. And just to give people a sense of the gravity of the situation, we're not just talking about any photos. These are, again, fake, but intimate, correct?
Yes, they were these like naked images of me from an Instagram post that they had taken off of my account and edited with AI a nude body of mine.
So the app was called the DNGG, and it was an app that just strips your clothes off.
Unbelievable that, first of all, an app like that exists.
Yeah, exactly.
That it's that easy. Did you instantly fear or immediately know for sure the extent of how much the photos had already circulated by the time they were called to your attention?
Well, I was just so scared because I hadn't known about them, and I was just about to start a brand new week. And if my friend had received them, I don't know how she found out about them, but I was just so scared that everybody had seen it. I didn't know how many people had seen them, who all had it been sent to. It was just so scary knowing that these are going around, and I had no idea.
So what was the first step taken? Anna, mom, did she tell you right away?
Yeah, she came into our room, my husband and I, and she was crying, and she was like, "Mom, you won't believe this. Look what's going around." So she shows me pictures, and of course, we're mortified. It was her and two other friends at that point. And so we, took her to school. Her first period's athletics. I dropped her off. Me and the other parent, one of the other girls, we go straight to the office and, tell them immediately what's going on. And it's an account that we are assuming is somebody in her grade because of this handle on Snapchat. And so we went, straight to them, and then we called the police right away as well.
I imagine one of the first instincts, too, is to try to tell Snapchat to, hey, take this down. These are not real. This is AI. But because an app is used, how does that factor in? Did you reach out to Snapchat at that point in the beginning?
Yes, we tried, and there's not really a way to get a hold of them. You go in and you kind of fill out a little form on their website, but there's no phone numbers. You just hope to hear back from them, which we didn't. We, through that week, as the week progressed, more pictures came out, more girls he targeted. And then on that Friday of that week, the school, the girls had actually stayed home for most of that week. So he had started, when he was sending out the pictures, as people would, he would do a friend request on Snapchat. And then if you said, if you clicked on it, then you automatically got the pictures. Well, people started asking him, why are you doing this? You need to stop. This is awful, that kind of thing. And his response was, I want to go out with a bang. I want to ruin the girls. Somebody had even said he was suicidal, so the girls didn't want to go to school at all that week. We didn't know what he was capable of. And so that Friday of that week, she plays volleyball. And so to play, you have to go to school. So the girls went back to school on that Friday, and then we went into lockdown mode. So as you can imagine, the girls are calling, crying, "Mom, there's here, and he could be here. Something could be going on. Why is school in lockdown?" While they were on lockdown, he went on to his Snap account and started sending more pictures. So the IT, the department at school, was able to catch him. So that's how he got caught. At that point, they still wouldn't tell us who it was, but the police took over investigation at that point, and then had his name and accounts.
Was the response from the school and from law enforcement what either one of you would have expected, and what repercussions did he end up facing?
Well, it was very frustrating because we really couldn't get them to pay attention. I mean, in the beginning, I think with the first 2 or 3 girls, they just kind of blew it off. And then by the second day, when there was more girls and more pictures coming out, I think they took it a little more serious. And then with his threats, that put them up to another level as well. But they didn't know what to do with that. There is nothing in the student code of conduct. There's nothing written in law. So they were really having a hard time trying to figure out what to do with him. So law enforcement ended up they were able to get him a harassment, class A misdemeanor. It was, slap on the wrist, really. But nothing in regards to what the crime actually was. So he just got some probation, and then his record will be expunged when he turns 18.
Because the abuser in Elliston Berry's case was also a minor, school officials and police wouldn't identify him, though the family had a hunch it was a classmate. Berry's parents went to the school board, hoping to prevent the boy from returning to school and to encourage new policies, but that ended up in limbo. In the meantime, those fake explicit images were still on the internet for more than 8 months, until Senator Cruz's office stepped in and Snapchat finally took down the boy's 2 accounts. The Take It Down Act would require websites to remove content within 48 hours notice from victims. It would also make it a federal crime to publish explicit images of another person, real or fake, without their consent, or to threaten to publish the images online, addressing the related problem of sextortion. Berry thinks a federal law would make a difference.
I think it really will, because AI is so popular and it's so easily accessible. And I mean, this app that he used is free and allows all users, no matter what age, to get on and use it. So having some sort of establishment and policy will not only protect the victims, but it'll also give consequences to the person behind this malicious act. And it just protects people that this happened to, and as well as social media apps be responsible and be held accountable for taking these images down.
I know that Senator Cruz had a recent field hearing on this bill in Dallas. It does have bipartisan support, more than a dozen co-sponsors so far. How did it feel, Elliston, to be able to share your story and to advocate for this legislation, and also to hear from others who've had a similar experience?
It was really empowering, and it gave me a lot of support, and it made me realize that this is more than just what happened to me, and that I'm really doing this to help other people. And it felt really good knowing that I'm not alone in this, and it really helped me realize that other people aren't alone. So although I am up here sharing what happened to me, I'm also allowing other teenage girls or other teenagers that they're not alone in this. And I'd never heard of this happening to anybody else. And it was so scary knowing that I felt alone. But hopefully with what I'm doing and hopefully allowing this bill to be passed, it will allow others to have some sort of support and know that they're not alone.
I think it may be difficult for someone who hasn't been through this to understand just how traumatic it is. Because so many people, especially teens, spend so much time on social media now. What would you say to anyone who doesn't fully realize how much of a problem it is?
I would just say that this is becoming a lot more common now. And I had never thought this had happened to me, and it did. And so much has come from it, and it has created so much fear and pain. And although someone that's not been put in a situation might not understand, but this is a real situation, and this is a big deal because AI is so dangerous if put in the wrong hands. And I just want to let everyone know that this is just going to get worse if nobody does something about it, or if there's not laws and regulations put in place.
Yeah. Anna, what's your advice to parents, especially given that some kids might be afraid to say anything, even if they know the images are fake?
Yeah. And I tell parents, you need to have open conversation about this. I mean, this is something that we don't really think will ever happen, but it really can happen to anyone, no matter what your age is, really. But just to have open conversation about it. I know the pictures I know where Elliston was in those pretty pictures that he took and ruined, so I know that they're not real. But if you were just a predator, that's the scary part, is you wouldn't necessarily know. If you were just looking for child porn and you came across these 14-year-olds, that's what you would think it was. So it's so realistic. These things make it so real. And so, and the scary part about it too is that like we've already looked at college, and now we've got to live with, what if these pictures were to resurface at some point? So having these kind of laws put into place and hopefully these kind of consequences are going to stop people from maybe doing it to somebody else, but have open conversation if you're with your kids and to help them be safe online, to know, what, I don't need to be friends with that person. I need to have all my accounts, secure. Now he was a friend, in school, so she didn't think anything about him following her on Instagram, but it's okay to be really picky about who your kids choose to follow or not follow.
Are you thinking of this Take It Down Act as kind of first step legislation and hoping to see, more things done? And also, how optimistic are you that anything will get done by Congress, which, often has a tough time agreeing on anything?
Yeah. No, I do feel like it's first steps. I mean, there are other bills that are out there as well. I think they all kind of come together at some point. But I mean, they're getting so much support on this. We've gotten no pushback whatsoever. So it's been unbelievable to see this, the bipartisan support. So it's not a Republican Democrat bill. This is about our children. And so the people and organizations that are coming behind us as well. So Meta has signed on, and we also have TikTok who signed on to support the bill. I mean, we've got all kinds of organizations from sports. MLB is supporting. I mean, this can affect anybody and everything. So I can't imagine that this bill won't go through. I mean, it's just a win-win for everybody, honestly.
Well, Anna McAdams and your very brave daughter, Elliston Berry, it takes a lot of courage to come forward and not only report something, but then advocate to try to make change. So I commend you both, and I hope it only gets better from here.
Thank you. Thank you for letting us tell our story. We appreciate it.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code CORE, or text CORE to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code CORE.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text CORE to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Sneezing, coughing, stuffy nose, runny nose, postnasal drip, interrupted sleeping. I was groggy at the end of the day.
Allergies and sinus congestion were making Jana miserable. Then, a friend recommended Navage. Navage provides immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Navage helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
Navage gave me instant relief. I didn't have to wait 30 minutes. I didn't have to wait an hour, 90 minutes. I didn't have to wait a minute. I ran the rinse and I felt better.
Stop suffering from congestion and start breathing and feeling your best again with Navage. Navage.
I've had people ask me how I find relief, and I tell them Navage immediately. This thing is amazing.
Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
President Biden was in Philly Sunday to speak at a Mount Airy church. It's going to be hot out there today, and we have another heat wave for the next few days. And Boeing will accept a plea deal to avoid a criminal trial over the 737 MAX crashes.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
The amazing 4th of July mega sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or a rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Hurricane Beryl has roared ashore, making landfall near Matagorda, Texas, as a Category 1 storm.
It's intense. It's almost like needles are being pushed into the back of your legs because these water droplets, the rain itself, is being pushed so hard against your body that it really does cut against the fabric that you're wearing.
Fox's Britta Merwin, dangerous storm surge of 7 feet expected. Published reports say 4 high-ranking Democrats, including New York Congressman Jerry Nadler, are calling for President Biden to drop out of the race. They reportedly made their comments at a virtual meeting Sunday discussing the president's mental fitness. And Boeing has agreed to plead guilty to criminal fraud charge stemming from 2 deadly crashes of its 737 MAX jetliners. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Major League Baseball has announced the full rosters for next week's All-Star Game. 32 first-time All-Stars, including Pirates rookie Paul Skeens, who in 10 starts is 5-0 with a 2.12 ERA. NBA trade, DeMar DeRozan is headed to the Kings, Harrison Barnes to the Spurs, and a 3-team deal that also includes the Chicago Bulls. Alex Bowman won a soggy NASCAR race on the streets of Chicago to clinch a spot in the playoffs. Only 58 of 75 laps finished because of the rain. And at Wimbledon, number 2 seed American Coco Gauff stunned in straight sets by fellow American Emma Navarro, who's in her first Grand Slam quarterfinal. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tim McMaster, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
I wonder if the NFL doesn't just offer their own version of NFL Sunday Ticket, and they get the straight money from the casual fan, and that's the ESPN Plus platform that they're going with. I wonder if it's not already kind of being discussed behind the scenes. They will pivot, and they normally make the right decision. If you're going to have to offer it through, like, I think what Apple was offering, a much lower price, and they wanted to have more access for specific teams, the NFL turned that down. What would the NFL be able to do if they just structured it through their own platform and funneled these games through the owners instead of the owners? They could potentially strike their own deal where, hypothetically, Jerry Jones could get paid from Netflix for every Cowboys home game, and it's exclusive on Netflix. Instead of that, you have everything in one hub. What we kind of talked about with Major League Baseball, what they should be doing. From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
who said sustainable can't be stylish. All fans will receive a stylish and sustainable Phillies cap presented by PGW on Friday, July 12th at 6:40 when the A's visit CBP. Snag your seats today at Phillies.com. When the sun goes down, we turn the lights up. Fridays at the Bank continue on August 16th at 6:40 when the Phils face the Nats. Join the party and secure your seats at Phillies.com.
Recovery from mental and substance use disorders is real. It happens every day. You can recover. Discover hope and help.
Never give up on yourself.
Join the Voices for Recovery. For confidential information for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Carol Markowitz.
What's on your mind?
We collectively spend a lot of time correctly worrying about kids on the internet, frequently discussing about how social media harms kids and teenagers. Social media use increases anxiety, can lead to bullying, and can put kids in physical danger as they interact with unknown strangers. We have memorized the risks. But while we've been focused on how kids connect with each other online, the kids have changed the way they actually use the internet. They aren't using social media to socialize anymore, but basically carrying a TV around with them at all times of the day and night. They're using their phones for entertainment, not connection, even when they're physically present with their friends or involved in what should be an entertaining activity. It's the TikTok effect. TikToks are brief videos that can feature a dance, a joke, an observation. The app boasts millions of personalized short videos fed to you in an infinite stream by a computer algorithm. If you like watching cooking, the algorithm will show you food videos. If, like my husband, you enjoy watching people trip or walk into panes of glass, you'll get them until you're doubled over on the floor, crying with laughter over someone else's pain. But the style and addictiveness of TikTok is no longer limited to that one app, a fact that many parents don't seem to get. Instagram and YouTube have adopted the TikTok model in the form of Reels and Shorts, respectively. That same concept on a different platform. And while TikTok might be especially dangerous due to its well-publicized Chinese propaganda and spying capabilities, the other apps have managed to capture the talk's addictiveness for their own purposes. Look, I'm not a Luddite. Who among us doesn't scroll on their phone while waiting on a line for an appointment? But our kids' obsessive consumption is another matter. It's common now to see kids and teens just watching videos side by side at the beach or playground, eyes glazed over, swipe, swipe. When we were kids, most of us spent our Saturday mornings watching cartoons for hours. But eventually, we turned off the TV and went to hang out with friends. We didn't take Tom and Jerry along with us to entertain us individually during lulls and playtime. Kids don't ever have that break anymore. As we've been monitoring the dangers of social media, we didn't notice that kids have stopped the socializing part altogether. If nearly 70% of visits to social media sites have nothing to do with socializing, we may have been worrying about the wrong thing. Social media is bad for kids, but this new media is making them antisocial. What can we do, so many parents ask? It's just the way of the world now. Not really. It's a new world, true, but that new world can still have rules. Try giving your kids a more analog life. That doesn't mean no screens ever, but perhaps no screens in public, no screens on playdates or car rides or restaurants, and no watching videos on your own when you're with your friends. I know, enforcing limits on phone use is brutal, and not just at the start, but easier said than done is true of pretty much all serious parenting advice. This is sane, socialized behavior, and it shouldn't be controversial to enforce it. One may argue that adults are doing this too. Sure, adults who don't know how to have relationships and struggle to interact with others might scroll these short videos, often without headphones on, while in public. Unless you want your kids to grow up to be those people, teaching them how to handle moments of boredom has to begin right now. Social is good, constant media is not. This is Carol Markowitz, columnist at the New York Post and Fox News.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Car makers, along with parts-making companies, are pushing to shape coming rules that could limit how the auto sector uses tech from Chinese firms. The Wall Street Journal says while the companies support government efforts to restrict foreign-made technology that could pose cybersecurity risks to connected vehicles, some warn that new rules forcing them to replace business partners might interrupt supply chains and raise costs. The head of the Fed will be on Capitol Hill this week for regularly scheduled testimony about the economy. Jerome Powell will likely be pressed by some lawmakers on why the Fed is hesitant to lower borrowing costs. Now, last week, Powell said recent data suggest inflation is back on a downward path, but that he and his colleagues would like to see that progress continue. Later this week, we get a look at the cost of living. After stocks gained ground on Friday following a strong but not too strong jobs report, stock futures are mixed. Steve Potusk, Bloomberg Radio.
If you had $1 million in 2009, today it would be worth less than $700,000. That's the effect of out-of-control government spending shrinking your hard-earned dollars, and it's why central banks and savvy investors are buying gold. For thousands of years, gold has withstood war, famine, and economic downturns. It's been a stalwart hedge against inflation and hyperinflation. And the company Buck Sexton, trust to help you diversify into gold is Birch Gold Group. For 2 decades, Birch Gold has helped concerned Americans convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. And the best part, it doesn't cost you a penny out of pocket. With an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, you can trust Birch Gold, too.
To learn more, text the word HEDGE to 989898 and get a free, no-obligation info kit on gold. Again, text HEDGE to the number 989898 to protect your hard-earned savings today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jean. I was sitting in traffic and I was hit twice from behind by 2 different cars. My first thought was Morgan & Morgan. I was very surprised at how easy it was. I did not have to go into the office. I did everything by text. They needed documents. I could sign them. I could upload them. I could send them right back with ease. Call Morgan & Morgan. It's easier than you think.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Monday, July 8th. It is indeed Kayal and Company. You're right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Sean Farish, guest co-hosting with us all week. This morning, as we get it going, Henry and Phil are here as well on an action-packed Monday. Did anything happen in the news cycle since we last gathered together Wednesday morning? Dawn, good morning.
Good morning. Happy Monday. Hope everybody had a happy 4th of July holiday.
It was a great holiday. Sean, how was yours, buddy?
Oh, we had a good time. Hope everybody else had a happy and safe time. And yeah, I guess it was kind of boring and low key while we were gone. I've been chomping at the bit. This is a Monday yet. We got to get on. We got to start, covering all of the craziness that took place over the weekend.
Absolute craziness. I tried to stay off social media Thursday and Friday, but by Saturday I was peeking in and I'm like, oh my God, I got a lot of catching up to do. I better start preparing for Monday's show because I don't know how we're going to cram it all in today. We're going to have a lot of spillover into Tuesday, which is good.
A lot of spillover.
A lot of spillover. It's usually a problem in some settings, but not in this show. We got a great cut sheet loaded for you today as well. Phil has a cut sheet that looks like a phone book this morning as we'll work our way through that. That'll be great. A big take on everything that has transpired over the last 4 days. We've got protests in Philadelphia. We've got violence, obviously. A hot, humid holiday weekend, so people start acting crazy and shooting each other. We've got Gavin Newsom in Doylestown. We've got sham interviews on Philadelphia radio with scripted questions for Joe Biden. There is so much to get into, and we will kick it all around this morning with you. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news. Round number one, Dawn Stensland, take it away.
Yeah, this Monday morning, a lot of people still making their way home from their 4th of July long holiday weekend. But here we are Monday morning, the 8th, 78 degrees already. I know we'll talk about the heat because our second heat wave in store strikes us today. Let's talk about Philadelphia police continuing to investigate that mass shooting in Philadelphia, 4th of July. A deadly one for at least one teen. We have 8 others injured. The youngest victim who's still recovering from that shooting that happened 4th of July Eve was, the youngest victim, 14 years old. So what we know about this is one of those pop-up events. They start on social media, teenagers, young people, they decide to go swarm a certain event. For this one, it was 4th of July fireworks. Mayor Sherrell Parker holding a news conference even over the holiday weekend saying that police have been tracking these pop-up events. They believe that the same people behind this one, July 4th, are the same individuals behind one that happened just a couple weeks ago. So they moved to various locations around the city, but oftentimes, more recently, they turn violent.
Is it the intention for all of these coordinated pop-up events to turn violent? Or is that just the byproduct of such mass gatherings with people in the heat and having a beef with somebody?
I think that's the big question. That they're all on social media, then they're talking trash, and what used to be maybe be punched in the face or something, now they're going to pull out a firearm.
Yeah, sad.
It truly is.
Mm-hmm.
We have so much else obviously going on as we think about Pennsylvania budget talks. By the way, we were supposed to have a budget June 30th, just tick-tock, watching that deadline way in the rearview mirror. So those budget talks continuing, and that is why there were some individuals, lawmakers in Harrisburg, why they were at the Capitol building over the weekend, which leads us to the fact they had to evacuate the Capitol building after an emailed threat. I know we'll talk about this. The FBI now has cleared things over the weekend, said that there is no threat. They did not find any explosives. But I know we will talk about the motivation for that situation. We also have local campaigning going on. So President Biden in Pennsylvania yesterday, in fact, one of his 2 stops across the region, right here in our region at a Mount Airy church.
Yes, I saw that.
Yes.
He pivoted away from Joe Bidenopolis, the Greek, philosopher, to the Black Church of Philadelphia, where he was raised.
Yeah, where he was raised.
The Puerto Rican community. He's the ultimate chameleon.
Don't forget the synagogues in the Puerto Rican community.
Yes,
that happens all the time.
So we have Joe Biden there. No mention of the debate performance, as we keep hearing other lawmakers, certainly 4 more fellow Democrats, calling for him to, quote unquote, step aside. I know we'll talk all about that moving forward. I want to talk about Gavin Newsom. Why is California's governor from the West Coast with all of his problems? Why is he here in our region? Another governor who is campaigning for Joe Biden in Bucks County, Doylestown, with that rally over the weekend. And yeah, he was getting trolled. There were reportedly about 100 people, but a huge amount of those were the protesters, were Trump supporters. So
yeah,
we could talk about that one.
Not too often that somebody who works in the capital of Sacramento, California, treks to Doylestown, PA.
Yeah.
No.
Not the best of receptions. I mean, it was not a huge crowd to come all that way.
Yeah.
Not for nothing, but
yeah,
less than 100 people.
Yeah, but then again, I've never seen the California governor playing basketball with Chinese kids either. But you know, this guy does that. This guy's like running the biggest shadow campaign of all time.
We've got Boeing, business news, Boeing pleading guilty to a criminal fraud charge stemming from those two deadly crashes of 737 MAX jetliners after the government determined that the company did indeed violate an agreement that had protected Boeing from prosecution for more than 3 years. That from the Justice Department last night. So Boeing expected now to plead guilty in this plea deal, if you will. Federal prosecutors giving Boeing the choice of entering a guilty plea and paying a fine as part of its sentence, or facing a trial on the felony criminal charge of conspiracy to defraud the United States of America. Remember, hundreds of people were killed in all the different, plane accidents, crashes, that sort of thing. And so Boeing confirming that they've reached the deal in principle on terms of a resolution with the Justice Department. However, the plea deal is subject to approval by a federal judge in order to fully take effect. So $243.6 million is that fine.
I've got the over-under at 2.5 more mysterious deaths for Boeing whistleblowers by the end of the summer.
Yeah.
Just going to throw out those odds right now.
Yes. We will talk moving forward. We have to talk about, there's so much news, and a lot of this I'm headlining for you, and I know we'll go into great detail, but students creating these fake social media accounts impersonating their Chester County teachers. Now, these were fictitious, dozens of, about less than 24 fake TikTok accounts created to impersonate these middle school teachers. And so they impersonated them. Some kids are suspended. There is word, and this is a great story to talk about because, of course, there are some who say you cannot punish these kids. They were not on school property, and they have First Amendment rights.
Yeah, could be a parody account. Dawn, back in my day when we were impersonating our 6th grade science teacher, we just did it right to their face. We just stood up in class and mocked them and got detention.
Well, that was back with sticks and stones, the old saying, right? But not here. This is a big headline this morning, so we'll talk about it. We have a toddler, by the way, in Montgomery County, is recovering after being trapped under that fallen tree, and the update is the arm injury, quite severe. 2-year-old little boy. Freak accident, Montgomery County over the weekend. All the weird weather we've had with the heat and with high winds and that sort of thing. This is Cheltenham Township. So the toddler's arm had been trapped under the fallen branch. The boy was attending a birthday party, and the little boy was flown to Children's Hospital, recovering right now at CHOP. One of those freak accidents. When we think about the weather, we've got 77, 78 degrees, depending on where you are. But the heat wave is on with a heat advisory, code orange, by the way, as far as your air quality. So if you have asthma, that sort of thing, or you're working outside, there are many warnings for us here as we're under a code red as far as the homeless, getting them off the streets with a high of 96 degrees, but it'll feel much hotter than that, and that goes through tomorrow. And for those who must work outside, you think of in New Jersey, the Wharton State Forest there, thousands of acres, burning, firefighters working around the clock. Kudos to them. Really tough in this kind of heat with all of the apparatus, with all of the gear they have to wear to fight these fires. And now we have learned that they are blaming somebody setting off 4th of July fireworks near the forest. That's what teed that off.
Yep.
So
could see that happening for sure.
yes. So we have that going on. We are sponsored this morning by Piazza Auto Group. Explore the most desirable luxury SUVs with the Defender, Discovery, Range Rover models. Schedule a test drive, Land Rover, Willow Grove, Westchester, Harrisburg, or Wilmington. Find yours today. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring our news and weather. Kayal and Company kicking off this morning.
Thank you very much, Dawn. 6:12 on this Monday morning. Let's kick off another week with another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the Big Take this morning, Star Spangled S Show. What a glorious Independence Day it was. I hope all of you had a wonderful 4-day 4th of July holiday break. I did a lot of golfing and grilling, adult beverages, swimming, lots of sun, and lots of sweating. But I highly doubt that the current administration had a great string of days like I did and hopefully you did. The only thing they were doing that I was doing was sweating, but they are sweating for an entirely different reason. They're in a catch-22, folks. They are stuck between a rock and a hard spot. They have no viable solution, no easy pass, no exit strategy, no off-ramp. Panic, fear, confusion, infighting, mixed messages, terrible excuses, downright lies, defiance, and disarray. I could go on and on about the Democrats right now, but those adjectives summarize the state of affairs as the left takes inventory of their current situation. Adjectives with a negative connotation have now washed over the party of pronouns. You know, as we broke Wednesday for the 4th of July, many people were speculating if Joe Biden was on the verge of exiting the race and dropping out. Here was Donald Trump on the golf course talking about what he believes was the knockout blow to Biden. Listen and watch.
You gave me so much. How did I do with the debate the other night?
Oh, amazing.
He kicked that old broken down pile of crap.
Yeah.
It's a bad guy. He just quit, you know. He's quitting the race.
Is that right?
Yep, I got him out of the race. And that means we have Kamala. I think she's going to be better. She's so bad. She's so pathetic.
It's so amazing.
It's just Can you imagine that guy dealing with Putin and the president of China, who's a fierce person? He's a fierce man. A very tough guy, and they see him. They can't. But they just announced he's probably quitting.
Good.
Okay?
Yeah, that's amazing.
Just keep knocking him out, right?
Perhaps DJT just rope-a-doped the big guy because an adamant, defiant, and rambunctious Joe Biden is refusing to throw in the towel. Listen and watch this.
Well, guess what? They're trying to push me out of the race. Well, let me say this as clearly as I can. I'm staying in the race. I'll beat Donald Trump. I will beat him again in 2020.
I've told you the Democrats are going to run the same playbook back from 2020, except Joe Biden still thinks it's 2020. And this is actually just a rerun episode of his favorite Western. The guy literally doesn't know it's 2024, not 2020. But that was just one gaffe of many over the holiday stretch. Did you know that Joe Biden is actually a black female? It's true. He confirmed his identity on a Philadelphia radio show on WURD. Listen and watch this debacle.
I remember as a Catholic kid growing up in an area where we didn't like Catholics didn't get elected. I'm the first president elected statewide in the state of Delaware when I was a kid. Well, you know, I looked at John Kennedy and said, well, he got elected. Why can't I get elected? By the way, I'm proud to be, as I said, the first vice president, first black woman, served with a black president. I'm proud of the first black woman in the Supreme Court. There's just so much that we can do because together there's nothing. Look, this is the United States of America.
More on that sham interview as well as an update to that interview in just a little bit. But folks, you can be anything you want in this lifetime. If you are a white male, you can easily become a black female at age 81 and begin a twilight transition for the ages. Honestly, I didn't think it could get any worse for Joe Biden after the debate on Thursday, June 27th. But since then, 10 days have passed. And it only gets worse every single day. Think about how much we've talked about Joe Biden the last week and a half. Every single day, heck, every single hour, a new report comes out. Another mistake is spewed, and another dagger gets plunged deep into his reelection bid. And it's collective chaos right now, from the first family to staffers and aides to the elected Democrats in office to the mainstream media. And speaking of the mainstream media, let's actually go to someone who is actually a black female, despite what Joe Biden claims to be himself these days. Let's go to Joy Reid. Here is MSNBC's chief race baiter having an episode of TDS like never before. Listen and watch.
Y'all just tell me who the nominee is going to be. Let me know when you guys are finished fighting amongst yourselves who I got to vote for in November to keep Hitler out the White House. That's all I want to know. Who I got to vote for to keep Hitler out the White House. Y'all do your thing. Play in traffic all you want in front of these Republicans, acting a fool in front of these people instead of privately declaring your stuff. But don't text me no more, because I'm not taking no more of these texts. Just let me know when you guys are finished figuring it out, Democrats, because I know y'all the freak out people. Go ahead and freak out, have your conversation, and then let me know who I got to vote for to keep Hitler out the White House. This choice has been made. And so again, unless he decides to walk away, this is your choice. It's like when you go to a wedding, you got chicken or fish. You can eat chicken or fish or just be hungry. Or like when I was growing up in my house, it's what mom made for dinner or go to bed. It's your choices. You don't always get choices that you love. You get what mom made for dinner or take your ass to bed. And in this case, it's either what mom made for dinner or Hitler. I'm voting for whoever ain't Hitler, and it ain't him. And I'm going all the way down that ballot, rooted to the Tudor school board up to the White House. This is about power and about picking not Hitler. That's it. That's it. That's me. Okay, now I'm really done. Bye.
And that right there was a mental health breakdown on the 4th of July. The Hitler references repeatedly, the laugh. That is a person who has made millions off of Donald Trump content, pretending to tell Americans that he is Adolf Hitler. She either needs true mental help or she puts Al Sharpton to shame. But as we know, Joe is not leaving, and Jill will not allow it. And the cash raised from all of the fundraising would have to go to Kamala Harris. The vice president can't be leapfrogged, not from a tactical standpoint, but also not from a social standpoint. The left will throw a hissy fit if Gavin Newsom supplants Kamala Harris. And as we know, she is downright unelectable. Here was Republican pollster Frank Luntz on CNBC breaking down the dire straits that Biden and Harris find themselves in. Listen and watch.
Do you believe the vice president steps into that role and that the Democrats ultimately support her in that position? Or do you think we're talking about a completely different team?
Once again, who's going to step up? I can name you half a dozen people who would be better than her right now. But I'm talking to them, and nobody wants to challenge her because nobody. Okay, I'm going to be direct.
Yep.
God help me. You may never have me on the show again.
You don't even have to say it. We understand.
Nobody wants to knock out an African-American woman and be held responsible for that.
Right.
And that is the truth. And that's something that maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I'm going to be criticized when I walk off of here. But she's got such a strong position because of that. And here's the issue. Her favorability is still. She's the most unpopular vice president since Dan Quayle. Okay. And he was the most unpopular vice president since Aaron Burr.
Okay.
Kamala Harris in the same company of Quayle and Burr. Think about that. She is as popular as gum stuck to the bottom of your shoe, which leads us to the bottom line. Is Joe Biden officially unelectable? Is this race over? Does he have any path to victory? CNN's Harry Enton cannot see a way in which the Democrats are victorious this November. Listen and watch.
Ask voters now, does Biden have the mental fitness, in fact, to be president? Those numbers are incredibly low. The percentage who say he does not have the mental fitness, look at this. 72% say he does not have the mental fitness in order to be president right now. That's up from 65% pre-debate. But compare that to 4 years ago, the percentage of voters who said that Biden was too old. It was just 36%. That's half the level that we're looking at right now. These numbers are not anywhere close to being the same. 4 years ago, voters for the most part thought Joe Biden was with it. He could handle the job as president. You look at those numbers now, the fact is voters do not even see them on the same planet. They don't think Biden's with it. They do not believe he has the mental fitness to be president. And I have to be honest with you, I don't know how he wins with the numbers that we see right now. There is no precedent for the numbers that we're seeing right now for someone running for president, letting alone getting a nomination. These are the types of numbers, when you combine them with some of the numbers that we're seeing post-debate that show him trailing Donald Trump, these are the types of numbers that could end a campaign if he can't turn them around.
Nobody is buying the cold. Nobody is buying the travel schedule. Nobody wants to buy in on second in command. Nobody is buying any of it. I'm not even sure at this point that running your campaign around abortion is enough to prevail over Trump. And what changes from now until November? Trump's court cases are on hold. Biden can't find the fountain of youth. The left can't run on policy. Democrats, democracy, dictator on day one, all that's on its deathbed. And the race card has faded worse than my hairline in the mid-2000s. Fireworks, usually a 4th of July thing, but I expect more and more explosives to be lit and shot into the political orbit over these next 3 weeks and beyond. And right now, this election is Donald Trump's to lose. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the YouTube chat, it's the Kayal and Company comment community. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe button and let your thoughts be known. We'll get Dawn and Sean's thoughts on the other side and also delve into why the governor of California was in Doylestown, Pennsylvania, and updates on that sham ridiculous interview with Joe Biden and scripted questions right here in Philadelphia radio. It's all still ahead this morning. It's Kayal and Company underway on a Monday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Join Team Kayal and Company once again this year for the Bend to Shore Bike Tour on Sunday, July 21st. From Philly to Atlantic City, you can do the ride or just donate to support the cause. Visit bendtoshore.org. That's Ben, the number 2, shore.org. Let's show everyone how WPHT and Odyssey supports law enforcement. Bend to Shore is organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. SBBCF provides financial relief for the families of fallen and injured first responders and supports the Police Youth Alliance, which fosters a positive relationship between police and youth. Sponsored by Gelman Law. Need a criminal defense attorney or personal injury? Visit GelmanLawFirm.com.
This is a consumer alert to all U.S. taxpayers who owe the IRS back taxes or have unfiled tax returns. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, you can now take advantage of active programs that provide relief to struggling taxpayers and may reduce or eliminate what you owe if you qualify. Even if you are facing liens, levies, audits, wage garnishment, or already in a payment plan, call the Easy Tax Relief Helpline now to check what savings you may qualify for at 800-505-8196. You may qualify to reduce up to 99% of what you owe or for other special programs. Once qualified and enrolled, you can rest assured that your assets are protected and all collection efforts will be stopped. Billions of dollars in savings are available through these relief programs for struggling taxpayers, but you must call to see if you qualify. To see what savings you qualify for, call 800-505-8196. 800-505-8196. That's 800-505-8196.
Hi, everyone. Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy two, get two free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12-month same as cash financing, though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SCORE for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SCORE for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SCORE.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Great guy. Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, or implant dentistry, look no further. Dr. Veneria and his award-winning team, they have your whole family covered, just like mine. Dr. Veneria's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Rich Zioli this afternoon, 3 till 7. Kayal & Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
We start at 6 a.m.
Yes, indeed. 6 o'clock, middle of the dream, and the beginning of this show. Welcome back in, Kayal & Company. Hopefully all of you had a nice 4th of July holiday weekend. And if you were able to check out and not consume any of the news, not jump on social media, good for you, but you missed a lot. I would say in 3 or 4 days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, there was like 2 weeks worth of political news and content. So we'll try to make sense of all of it this morning. Nick, Dawn, and Sean Stocker will be back next Monday, 855-839-1210. If you would like to jump in. So, Dawn, your thoughts, your reaction to everything that transpired after you got off the air Wednesday at noon and broke for the holiday. Oh, no. Her switch is off.
Somebody got to hit my button.
Hit your button.
So I was nice to escape. You know, we were at the Jersey Shore, Ocean City, Sea Isle, Wildwood, saw family. It was great. And here in Philadelphia, the fireworks. I mean, obviously, there are people coming from around the world to celebrate 4th of July here in Philadelphia, birthplace of democracy. So some amazing, Welcome America events. And so I was sad, first of all, to see that we had another mass shooting, and that was a headline for 4th of July holiday. And it's not really making a lot of headlines now. I know it happened 4th of July, but that investigation continues. So that always makes me sad. I did not see any of the arrests or anything down the Jersey Shore. There are so many cops. I just want to know how they can hire so many cops down the shore, because the boardwalk, it's just packed with police officers, law enforcement. I know they can hire a lot of, summer reinforcements and help and that sort of thing. But I will say, with watching the Stephanopoulos interview, I know you'll get to it, watching all of this, I think it's just nice for us, for once, that we could sit back and just kind of, pop some popcorn and watch all the Democrats have a freak out, because that's what they're doing. They're all freaking out in the media, I might add. I mean, these are media members who never seem to freak out in this way or come together when we were talking about, all of our crime, the economy, the southern border, the tragedies that we've seen at the hands, allegedly, of people who cross the border illegally, and then because of a sanctuary city, were just put back out among us, and innocent victims not knowing that there were predators among us that shouldn't be here in the first place. So they weren't freaking out over that. They're freaking out over this, losing their minds, talking about strategy, talking about what are we going to do and the delegates and the blah, blah, blah. I actually enjoy it.
I do too.
You know what I mean?
I do. It's like if you're Trump, you just sit back. You don't even have to open your mouth. You just allow the implosion and the destruction from within on the other side continue to happen. Sean Farish, it's like you're in a football game and you don't even need to pull out your plays that you had dialed up to win the game because the other team can't even get the ball exchanged from the center to the quarterback right now.
Yeah, by the other team, you must mean the Jets.
Correct.
That seems to be, that seems to be, usually, we do this. We watch Jets football and we're like, there we go. Ball didn't get to the quarterback again. That's what we're used to seeing. Third and 13, Brian Schottenheimer days, draw play, all good. I couldn't stand him. Usually when I say his name, I actually have to wash my mouth out with soap. What a last couple of days. I think, we got off the air Wednesday. There was that shot you played in the big take of Trump on the golf course. I think that leak was intentional because number one, there's been nothing coming off of the off the campaign, unrecorded, secret recordings, etc. I think that was intentional. I think he was trolling Biden into getting out of the race. And I think, you could look at it. You look at who's next to him in the golf cart, and it's Barron Trump. I didn't see anybody else talking about that. It was Barron Trump literally next to Donald in the golf cart. I say, this is father teaching son how to troll. The next Jedi is in training. This is fantastic. I have a small gripe, and it's not really a gripe in and of itself. It's just something we've been doing. Anytime anyone plays a clip of Joy Reid, I still have a pair of the Eclipse glasses, so we put those on. I warned the YouTube chat. You are not supposed to. Yes, you are not supposed to have direct exposure to Joy Reid ever. It's really bad for you. I actually the other night, after the Snuffleupagus interview with Joe Biden, I turned on Left Wing Media. I was trying to safely consume it, so I had the glasses, and we were making sure that if I was watching Anderson Cooper or Rachel Madcow or any of these people, prolonged exposure to left-wing mainstream media news outlets could be dangerous to your health. So I always say, err on the side of caution. Put the glasses on. Save your retinas. We don't need to deal with any of those problems. And then you have what was going on in Philly, the pro-Palestinian protesters, if you want to call them protesters, the same nonsense coming out of the left, right, where it's but Trump is orange and a felon, and I'm like, do you have anything else other than what the cattle on The View told you to say? And usually it devolves into chaos from there. So very busy weekend, and I think to Dawn's point, what Dawn kind of said, it's interesting to see the media specifically starting to freak out. If they're freaking out, they know probably a little more than what we know, especially with what's going on internally on the in the Biden administration. If the media is freaking out, how much worse is it actually?
Yeah.
Like, just imagine that, because I don't think we're getting the whole story right now.
No, you're totally right. And then you have to sit there and wonder who's trying to backstab who, what is Kamala doing behind the scenes, and ultimately, what is Gavin Newsom doing, specifically here locally in the suburbs of Philadelphia in Doylestown, PA. And I found this to be remarkable because I'm looking at this, and by my math, Joe and Kamala, and I know, Dawn, you and I have talked about this many times, the Biden administration has come to the greater Philadelphia area about 20 to 24 times, somewhere in that ballpark, probably closing in on 24 times in the last 3.5 years. So why do they need the governor of California, who's very unlikable, and he's an unmitigated disaster in his own state? Why does he need to be here and campaign for them? Or is he running a shadow campaign in a pivotal swing state that could very well decide the next election? I found that to be fascinating. And then Gavin Newsom fires off a tweet. This was on Saturday, I believe, because the New York Post wrote a story with the headline, "America may soon be subjected to the country's first DEI president, Kamala Harris." To which Gavin Newsom tweets, "At Joe Biden is our next president." That's number one. And number two, this is straight up racist. So I'm thinking, like, wait a minute. We've done the whole DEI thing. It's not racist. It has nothing to do with her race or her gender. It has everything to do with her incompetency and the fact that she's in over her head in a position that she's not qualified to be in. Or she certainly hasn't even proved that she deserved the honor of being the second in command. And I'm thinking, Gavin Newsom is the biggest weasel on the planet. He's the ultimate career political hack. If you don't think that Gavin Newsom would step over Kamala's dead, unconscious carcass to be the president of the United States and deal with the pushback, I think you're totally misguided. You heard Frank Luntz say in that clip I played in the Big Take, I'm just going to say it out loud, you might never invite me back on your show. And they all know you don't want to be the person that puts the black female out to pasture and steps over her. But I think if you were to place a wager today, who would say that Gavin Newsom would not jump Kamala Harris? If the powers that be came to Gavin Newsom and said, Joe's going to step down and you're going to be the guy, do you think Gavin Newsom's going to turn that down in fear of pushback from the left that he jumped Kamala? I don't see that happening. Dawn, do you see that happening? Could you see Gavin saying, no thanks, I'll wait my turn? He will, in my opinion, he'd walk right over her body.
I just think that they're stuck with Kamala.
Well, good. I'm glad.
Yeah, I mean, we're glad, but I don't see any which way around the fact that she's the Veep, and it would be even people who are not crazy about her, let's say, who maybe she's not their first choice, who are Democrats, are the same individuals who will say, you stepped over the first African-American woman who could be president. So they're stuck with that. But to me, I cannot imagine they're getting around that.
Sean, could you see Gavin just saying, I don't give a you-know-what, and I'll take it if it's there for the taking?
I can see Gavin Newsom doing that. I just don't see many Democrats accepting that, as Dawn was saying, right? I mean, Gavin Newsom is a politician. He looks the part. He sounds the part. He performs the part. I mean, his state is a complete and total disaster. DeSantis destroyed him on the debate stage. I was a Trump guy the entire time through the primary, but when DeSantis and Newsom got on that debate stage and exchanged ideas, and DeSantis highlighted, hey, a family member was his father-in-law, brother-in-law, whoever it was, moved from California to Florida because you screwed it up. When he goes in his suit and pulls out a dossier of all the poop in San Francisco, it's like, how do you come back from that? All you got to do, if Gavin Newsom was the president, I'm playing that. If Gavin Newsom is the nominee and Donald Trump, obviously he's running for president, a campaign ad, I'm going to Meatball Ron's debate with Newsom and just the poop map, and that's an ad. I mean, right in and of itself. I could see, though, Newsom, the guy has no soul, right? I could see him skipping over Kamala Harris because I'll be quite honest with you. He's more qualified than Kamala Harris. He is, okay?
Yes, absolutely.
He's won a statewide. He's a governor, California. It's a big state. It's not an easy job. He's doing a terrible job, but he's more qualified than Kamala Harris. So maybe he believes he gets it on the merits. I think he would do it, right? I don't think anyone actually respects her in the party. I think they respect what boxes she checks, right? And whether it's you believe she's African-American or Indian or Jamaican or whatever, you can't skip over that person because the progressive wing is going to flip out because you didn't abide by the ESG standard of the Democrat Party. And that's a problem for them.
855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. And then I highlighted a little bit of this in the Big Take, but there's been a lot of fallout since this interview happened. So Joe Biden is doing a radio interview here locally in Philadelphia around the 4th of July holiday break on WURD. And you have two things that played out. First of all, we played you the clip where, Joe Biden is basically saying he's the black female. I think he meant to say Kamala Harris, but again, when your brain is tapioca pudding, that's the way the words come out. So the Biden campaign then gets outed and has to kind of do like a pivot on the fly because the headline is Biden campaign will no longer feed questions to the media after being outed by a radio host. That according to a source. And this was here in Philadelphia, but the headline is courtesy of the New York Post. So Joe Biden's campaign will no longer feed media outlet questions for future interviews after it was embarrassingly outed for the practice on national television. Quote, while interview hosts have always been free to ask whatever questions they please, moving forward, we will refrain from offering suggested questions, a source familiar with Biden's booking operation for media outlets told the New York Post on Saturday. And the source's comments came mere hours after a Philadelphia radio host, WURD is the station here in Philadelphia, revealed on CNN that the Biden campaign supplied her questions for the embattled 81-year-old president to appear on her show. This is Andrea Lawful Sanders, who was the host, and we'll give you the update as to why she's no longer the host of The Source on WURD, said she got a list of 8 questions directly from the Biden campaign in advance for the interview on Wednesday with Biden. And I believe I saw this elsewhere. She basically got to pick, of those 8, which ones she wanted to ask. I think she chose 4 of them, right? Which is super, super embarrassing. So now, after she basically takes the bait, takes a stupid practice, like you should never do that. Like have some professional integrity, not to be asking pre-scripted questions. If the guy can't answer the question, then don't have him on. Like I would never do a sham interview for my audience like that. Heck, Dawn and I had Trump on back on May 10th. We weren't told a thing, and it was great, and it was organic, and it blew up. So now they've had to part ways. Basically, the station, I think, has fired her after saying the quiet part out loud on CNN. And this just goes to show you how ridiculous the mainstream media is, how much of a lapdog they are for the president of the United States, for the Democrat Party in general, and specifically this administration, that they have to basically slow walk Joe through every function of life. I mean, Dawn, you're a journalist. This is embarrassing. And I don't know if Andrea Lawful Sanders is just a radio host or she has a journalism degree, but I would think as a broadcast journalist that this is very, very insulting to the industry in general. Is it not?
Yeah, and I think that, part of it, I know Word Radio, some of their officials spoke out. It was bothersome because she was one of the first people, as far as radio hosts, who had a post-interview with the president. And so they made it seem as if, so let me say this. If she had said, hey, to get this, I know your campaign gave me 8 questions, I get to choose 4. If she had set that up and teed it up and been honest and forthright with her listeners and her loyal fans, then they could judge. But you could say, hey, as part of this, I agreed to, take 8 suggestions. I chose these 4. Then she's being upfront and honest about it. And then you can judge for yourself whether or not you like the fact that the campaign gave her that choice.
Mm-hmm.
But they made it appear, like you said, that it was this organic interview, that she's asking her own questions. And in fact, the campaign knew exactly that she was going to ask, half of those 8 questions that they fed.
Yeah.
So it's embarrassing for her. It's a shame.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we haven't heard from her. Did she feel intimidated? Did she, I don't know whether or not she felt an intimidation factor here.
Right.
And so I have a lot of questions as well, because people are kind of throwing her under the bus, but it was a big deal to get that interview.
Mm-hmm.
And so how much did the campaign bully her, if you will? The campaign has pushed back and said, oh, it's very common that we would, give some suggested questions.
Yeah.
Like I'm sure they gave George Stephanopoulos.
Uh-huh.
I'm sure that, no, they wouldn't. And so that, to me, part of this is they wouldn't try that BS on other individuals.
Yeah.
I feel a little bit like this lady, it was a big deal for her in Philadelphia, and I feel badly. I feel kind of badly for her. I do.
Yeah, Sean, you're a Hofstra guy, and I know you do your show on Rumble at 5 o'clock. I don't know if you have guests or not, but I can't imagine, knowing you as much as I have gotten to know you over the last year or so, you ever participating in a sham interview with scripted questions. You would probably throw the questions in the trash and light them on fire right on the air.
That shows you how well you know me, right? I mean, every single time I have a guest, they send me the question. I'm just kidding. And never. It's got to be organic. Look, go back to your interview with Trump. That was one of the best days because I was listening to the Trump interview and then I came on right after that. And it was, I remember him talking about how Barron Trump, he's like, yeah, Barron gives me political advice. And that blew up. It was everywhere. You know why? Because you guys didn't get fed the questions and you had an organic interview with, a guy who loves to have that spontaneous, he'll go off on a tangent and say something that gets headlines and makes news. Donald Trump, he's capable of having that conversation that may veer off one way or the other. You know, as far as the campaign pushing back, Sal, this is normal, etc. I think what happens here, they probably do this a lot. They have to do this a lot, because if you ask Joe Biden a question that he's not expecting, he says something stupid like, yeah, the classified documents were in my Corvette in the garage. Remember when that happened? And, you know, this is after he called Donald Trump careless with the classified documents. I do feel bad for this radio host, because I think, you know what? I think maybe if it wasn't the president of the United States, maybe it was John Fetterman. Maybe it was, another Democrat politician from around the country, and they're not feeding her questions, or at least kind of maybe imposing on her.
Yeah.
Like, hey, I'm the president. Here's the questions we want. Maybe they didn't like explicitly, like outwardly intimidate her into doing that. But when the president of the United States like asks you to do something, what do you do if you're her? Do you be like, no, I'm not doing that? Or do you say, yeah, we'll do it? But then the truth gets out and the radio station's upset, but the radio station really shouldn't be upset with her. They should be upset with kind of how the campaign handled things. I feel bad for her. She's caught in the crossfire. Now, me, I would never take the, I would never have a guest come to me and say, you have to ask me A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. I'm going to say, all right, well, if I do that, I want to also ask you X, Y, and Z. This way, there's at least something that you're not prepared for, right? Or something that you have to kind of answer on your toes.
Yeah, and if you, if the president's available for an interview, or you reach out and they're willing to come on and they say, yeah, sure, what do you want to talk about? And you say, I'm going to hit you on abortion, immigration, the economy, and inflation. Okay, cool.
Right.
But like to have the entire question scripted, I mean, but we have seen this at press conferences. When Joe goes to the podium, it's 2 or 3 questions from certain chosen media members. And I just saw a video of Trump walking out of Bedminster, or maybe it was Doral, one of his golf properties over the weekend. He comes walking out from getting a drink. He's probably playing 9 holes. He goes in and gets a soda or whatever, and he comes walking out, and he's just chatting with people that are dining there. Yet, Joe Biden, you'd have to prepare him just to get ready to say hello to somebody. That's the stark contrast between a guy who, with all due respect, is pretty close to being a vegetable, and the other guy who's probably 95% of what he used to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, here's the other problem, too. The regime always comes after people who don't stay in line, right? So would she have been fired either way, I think is the question, right? Let's say she veered off and asked an unscripted question, right? Is the Biden administration now going to try and get her removed because, she violated the terms of her interview with the campaign, right? Now she admits that she got the questions and the station fires her. So was she in a lose-lose situation? I don't know. I have no idea. What stinks for her is that she basically did what the campaign asked her to do, which, well, what we know. We don't know this for a fact, but the way the information has been presented, she did what the campaign asked her to do and got fired anyway, right? They didn't go to bat for her and be like, no, that's not what she did. What the campaign asked her to do and got fired anyway. So what does this mean to anybody else who's out there? Don't make bedfellows with the left. They have no interest in your well-being. They only care about themselves.
Yeah.
Don't get in bed with these people. How many more times does this have to happen? Yeah. If it's a radio host, maybe you could be in any, I said this over the weekend because I have, and this is maybe a little harsh, zero sympathy for Joe Biden, not an ounce. No quarter, no sympathy, nothing. This guy's administration has dipped its toes into every segment of society and wrecked it. You don't get in bed with those people, right? I think Juanita Broderick posted this on Twitter. I have a flat tire. I'm not going to drive around on the flat tire for 4 more years. I'm going to fix it. That's what we have to do. And so I say, don't cozy up just because they're in power. Don't cozy up to them because you're still going to get screwed over in the end. Just ask Miss Lawful Sanders. Is that her name? Was that her name?
Yes.
Yeah. Just ask her, and she'll tell you. I feel really bad. I do. I feel bad for her. I really do because I think she thought she was doing the right thing for herself, and it wound up being the wrong thing. I just thought maybe she thought I'm following the campaign's instructions. My superiors will understand, and now she's fired. It's just that to me that's sad.
Her boss, Sarah Lomax, who's the CEO and the top person at Word Radio, said Word Radio is not a mouthpiece for the Biden or any other administration. This is essential as Black Philadelphians gear up to be a pivotal player in one of the most consequential elections of our lifetime. And she said that what her, the broadcaster who's now they fired, what she did really delegitimizes black media.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so that was, and so she's correct. I think in any one of these situations, what Ms. Lawful Sanders should have done is go to management, say, hey, the campaign, good news is they'll do an interview with me, but they've said that only if I ask these pre-approved questions. And to Nick's point, they acknowledge that this is a problem, that this is allegedly what this campaign has been doing. We've seen it in news conferences where it appears he's on prompter or he has a cue card that he knows in advance what all these questions are going to be.
The other quote here, the interview featured predetermined questions provided by the White House, which violates our practice of remaining an independent media outlet accountable to our listeners. As a result, Ms. Lawful Sanders and WURD have mutually agreed to part ways, effective immediately. So I think you always have to be honest and authentic with your audience. You're loyal to your audience. You're loyal to your advertisers. And look, even if you go down the road she went, you don't say it the next day or 2 days later or Saturday whenever she said it publicly on CNN. I mean, you should just bury that and you just keep that behind closed doors, because now that comes out, and maybe she was trying to show the Biden administration is saying this is the way it has to be. And in the process, she nuked her career. And by the way, at this moment in time, Joe Biden still has a job. But, we'll see.
And to her credit, Lomax, who's the CEO, Sarah Lomax, she called out the Biden administration. I mean, she said that the fact that they're offering access but require the host to use pre-written, predetermined questions in order to get the interview delegitimizes black media. So she's pointing that at Biden and his campaign, saying, you, Biden, you are delegitimizing us. So good for her.
Yep. 855-839-1210. If you would like to jump in, hour 2 is on the way. Dawn will have some news to kick off the 7 o'clock hour. And then we will get to Donald Trump as Trump versus Project 2025. A lot of nonsense and misinformation over the last 4 days. We're going to get to that. What is Project 2025 and what Donald Trump said in regards to being affiliated with it as he put out a statement. We'll get to that before we get to the cut sheet. Also, the biggest COVID measurement mass study has been revealed. Epic failure across the board on all the measures that infringed upon your rights. The details as we continue. Kayal and Company, hour 2 is next.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All-American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251.
Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Small business owners, we know finishing your to-do list can feel like climbing a mountain, but that mountain is also covered in banana peels. Then when something new gets added to your list, you're like, nope, I'm already climbing this huge, super slippery banana peel mountain of a to-do list. At Progressive, we don't want to make your day any harder. That's why we make it easy to manage your policy on our mobile app, so climbing that banana peel mountain feels more like a leisurely stroll. See if you can save on commercial auto insurance in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Coverage subject to policy terms and conditions.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? Then you need to give Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and a tub shower conversion, you'll love that new bathroom. Plus an industry-leading warranty, a 10-year recipient of Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, they're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing with 10% off your remodel. Get your free in-home consultation today at kitchenmagic.com. That's kitchenmagic.com.
Slim down this summer with NJ Diet. You will lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's faster and safer than weight loss injections. Lose those extra pounds the safe and natural way without any shots. Get started at njdiet.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
Today, we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on a tribute to Philly sports fans on the boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey, Saturday, July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Calling on Percy to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
.701 Kayal and Company, never flirting with disaster because we're very rarely wrong. Welcome back in as we continue hour number 2. Nick, Dawn, and Sean on this Monday. You can get us, of course, on the free Odyssey app and watch us live on YouTube. What's on the cut sheet? That's coming up at 7:45. And yes, we have plenty of clips from Joe Biden's sham interview, not only locally in Philadelphia, but also with George Stephanopoulos as that one. I think there were pieces of it that were kind of showed on Friday, and then it aired yesterday. I think it's going to air again today in its entirety, and I DVR'd it yesterday, and I was watching it last night. So we will give you plenty of clips of that and so much more as we continue this morning. Also, COVID mask mandates and measurement studies. Some of the biggest results are in with over 100,000 different samples. We're going to give you this epic fail coming up in a little bit. And also the Donald Trump Project 2025 tie-in that the left is trying to use as a new additional latest scare tactic. We'll get to that and debunk a lot of that. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:02. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning this Monday morning, July 8th, sponsored by United Tire, as there are already heat advisories in effect. We'll talk about the heat, the forecast in just a moment. In the news, as Philadelphia police searching for that gunman who opened fire during a July 4th celebration in Southwest Philadelphia, killing one teenager, injuring 8 others, ages 14 to 24. Police say that mass shooting happening at a pop-up party organized by teens on social media. The man fired from a passing SUV on the 1900 block of South Salford Street. This is the King Sessing section of Philadelphia. That one's still under investigation. We have a 2-year-old boy, this is in the suburbs, recovering after this large tree branch fell on his arm, initially trapping him. They had to call in first responders trying to get him, to lift this huge tree branch off of him. And this happened in the suburbs, Montgomery County. Happened Saturday over the weekend after a birthday dinner celebration at a home there on Chandler Road in Cheltenham Township. So police say this huge branch fell from 50 feet above while a group of children was playing in a driveway there. He was rushed to Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, where his arm, the rest of his arm, had to be amputated.
Oh.
And this little 2-year-old boy is in critical condition this morning.
Oh, that is awful.
It's just a horrible freak accident, as they're calling it. But just a reminder that sometimes this time of year with all the heat and the rain, it's tough on older trees, these huge old trees that we're famous for in Philadelphia neighborhoods and suburban neighborhoods.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just, it was just a horrific situation. But yeah, he's in critical but stable condition this morning.
That poor kid.
I know, right? We did just following. We were following up on that protest. Speaking of the July 4th weekend, this made national news. As the fallout is that we know that 6 people were arrested at that pro-Palestinian, anti-Israel protest that happened on July 4th in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
It's the Philly-Palestine Coalition, starting on Rittenhouse Square Park. I don't have word that they had any permits, because in the city of Philadelphia, generally, you're supposed to have a permit. I was trying to look that up. I don't see that they had a permit. They started the protest at Rittenhouse Square, then marched down JFK Boulevard, and then at the end ended up at around City Hall. But the problem is they became violent.
Yeah, I believe we have the video, and I think there's a little bit of audio, but really the video that encapsulates it. There you go, Phil. You can see it if you're watching on YouTube. You've got all these people in this crosswalk waving the Palestinian flag, and there are multiple, I believe at least 2, if not 3, American flags there that are being burned. And you know what really chaps my keister with this is we had that story in, I think it was Florida, where that young man, I don't know if he was a teenager or a young adult, gets arrested, and I think he's been found guilty, and he's going to serve jail time for doing donuts on a painted pride flag on some street, which I'm totally against painting any flags for political purposes on public property. To me, the only flag that should be up is the American flag. So if we are, and I'm not condoning what he did, but I'm looking for consistency. If you're going to, I don't want to call it deface, or basically destroy the pride flag by doing wheelies and donuts, and he gets punished. Shouldn't these Palestinian protesters for burning an American flag in Philadelphia, of all places, on Independence Day, shouldn't they be found not only criminally responsible for what they did and be arrested, but shouldn't they be convicted? Like, I'm sorry, you don't get to burn the American flag.
You do, though.
Well,
I hate
I
that.
have to.
It's
Yeah,
your First
I
Amendment right.
have to play. I
Even
have
though
to
we
play
hate it.
contrarian here. I do have to play contrarian because this is an argument that that always comes up with the American flag and should you be allowed to burn it? And actually, Supreme Court case Texas versus Gregory Johnson held that the First Amendment protects flag burning because it's a free speech thing. It's a First Amendment thing. And I have to say, I don't like seeing it. I hate seeing it.
Yeah.
I can't stand when it happens. But if that is you, look, if you stole that flag, if it's not your property, that's a totally different thing.
True.
But on what grounds? We have to ask this question. If we're going to outlaw burning the American flag, we have to ask on what grounds, right? Is it because it's disrespectful? Is it hate speech?
Well, that's my concern. Is it hate speech?
Then where do we go from there, right? Because if burning the flag is hate speech, then is chanting F Joe Biden hate speech? Is it can you be put in jail for speech, or you know what I mean? So there's a case. You are allowed to do it. I don't like seeing it. I don't encourage it unless you're doing it the right way to properly retire the flag. You know, I hate when it's done. I don't want people to think that I'm defending flag burning, but I am a First Amendment absolutist.
Absolutely.
And there is a case. Texas versus Johnson. The Supreme Court says that you're allowed to do it.
Let me ask you this though, based on this specific scenario that we were just watching in that video. If those are not paid professional protesters like we saw on college campuses with Americans, what if that is somebody from Palestine that is here illegally? What should happen then? Should he be afforded First Amendment rights as an illegal citizen? Okay.
No, he should be deported.
Right.
If those people are not here legally, then
That's
they're
a bigger
already
issue.
committing a crime before the fact that the flag has been burned. They need to leave.
Right.
So no, they're not afforded First Amendment protections in that case. I don't think. And by the way, if they're in the middle of the road and there's no permit, that's also a crime.
Yeah.
So, I would look at it that way. Again, I have to say it 1,000 times. I don't want anybody to think that I like when I see the flag burned. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I'm just worried about if we criminalize that because we don't like it, right? Are we acting like the left, criminalizing things simply because they don't like it? I don't like the message. I don't like, messages against the country. But if you're a citizen here, if you have, if you're protected by the Constitution, it is for everybody, right?
Yep.
So I say, if you want to burn it, even if you're burning it for the wrong reasons, unfortunately, it's your right to do it. I don't like seeing it, but it's your right to do it. And so my hands have to come off the situation.
Yeah.
As far as Philadelphia police, they said that the demonstration went well past a peaceful demonstration after 8 p.m. while these protesters, after they had marched to City Hall. So although you're right, you're allowed to burn a flag as a First Amendment right, in Philadelphia, you're not really allowed on the middle of a street to set things on fire. I will say that they set flags and other items on the street, but then they started throwing the flags and the flag poles at the police officer.
Yeah, it's like a flaming spear.
Yes.
Yeah.
So at least one officer suffered injuries, not life-threatening injuries, but was injured during this. And so I know that most of those 6 who I mentioned were arrested, but at least with the one person who I think was captured on video throwing the poles and that sort of thing, injuring the officer, has other charges that they're facing. And hopefully those charges will stick.
Yep.
See,
Yes.
because we hear here in Philadelphia, we often hear, unlike Capitol Police, all we heard about in DC J6, where, if you in any way strike a law enforcement officer, it's a felony. That's a whole different game. We hear that all the time. Here in Philadelphia, covering these protests, I have not seen the charges stick as far as felony assault charges against law enforcement. I haven't seen them stick like we've seen in other places.
Yeah, wonder why.
So there's that. Another First Amendment and freedom of speech issue is going on In the suburbs, this is Great Valley School District, Chester County. This group of middle schoolers is, according to authorities, they're the ones behind these 20 fake social media accounts impersonating their teachers and making fun of them. So district leaders releasing a statement yesterday confirming 22 fictitious TikTok accounts had been created by these middle schoolers to impersonate their middle school teachers. And this is the statement. It saddens us to know that the students to whom these teachers dedicate their time and talents every day would misuse technology in a way that causes teachers undeserved stress and emotional hardship. This from the superintendent, Daniel Goffredo, in a statement. School officials say it's confirmed that several middle school students were behind the creation of these accounts. They consulted with law enforcement. They called in law enforcement, wanted the kids arrested, middle schoolers. They wanted them arrested.
So we've got 12-year-olds that are hurting the feelings of grown adults.
Really
Come on.
pisses me off.
Thank you, Randy.
Yep.
We gotta be kidding me with that, right? Did you guys see, by the way, the video of the guy in Tennessee snapping the kid's fishing pole over the weekend too?
No, what happened there?
Oh, well, apparently a couple, like, it was 15-year-old, 16-year-old kids. They wandered into like an HOA,
Yep.
all right, and they started fishing in the pond.
Yep.
And there's a TikTok video. And apparently the kids who are doing this, it's like their TikTok account is about fishing in Tennessee. So they were on, look, you want to say they shouldn't have been there. It's private property. It's an HOA, fine. The HOA president comes out, the biggest male Karen I think the world has ever seen, snaps the kid's fishing pole, gets in their faces, is screaming at them. I'm like, my goodness, if this is right now, and I'm sure there will be people who disagree with me. That right there is reason number 400,576. Why I will never live in an HOA, because one of those people becomes president.
Yeah.
Now I got to deal with that.
Power hungry psychos. Yeah.
I would have taken that fishing pole and put it somewhere that he wouldn't have enjoyed, or maybe he would have enjoyed. I don't know. Maybe.
Well, as far as this one, the district tried to call the police, try to get these kids charged, and law enforcement said there's really nothing that they can do because of First Amendment rights, and it was nothing happened on school property. Then they called the Attorney General's office.
Oh, Jesus.
They actually called Pennsylvania's Attorney General's office, and they released statements of apology to the teachers. One of the teachers released a statement saying that the teacher felt like they'd been kicked in the stomach because of this. So they're really, I think that they were, look, these were mean-spirited, and they were impersonating the teachers and making fun of these teachers.
Are
and
parents in Chester County fuming over this?
So the parents were sent, and that's just it. At the end, you finally realize after they called the cops and they called the Attorney General's office, then they did send a letter home to the parents. And that's where in my opinion, I would begin with that at a school, right? My kids had Sister Mary Helen. I guarantee you that in the Catholic schools, you would much rather face the Attorney General rather than Sister Mary Helen.
That's right. Do they
You know
still
what I'm saying?
Do they still bash the ruler off the knuckles like they used to? No.
No, but it's but I just think that this is to me, it was a great example of the fact that in the public schools, it just seems like they want to go to legalize. I mean, nobody was injured or anything of that nature,
Right.
but I'd want to call the parents in and just say, hey, this was really mean.
Yeah.
And we don't want any bullying, even of the teacher. Can we have a conversation? And just bring the parents in, have a conversation.
I'd love to know if any of these students that were creating these fake TikToks were mocking their teachers for things like, the lessons on pronouns and gender ideology.
Right.
Because
Like the math questions, right?
Yeah.
Cindy had 2 breasts, cut one off. How many breasts does Cindy have left? Kind of thing,
Yeah,
right? One of
yeah.
those.
Yeah.
My other thing is, Dawn, the statement that the superintendent, we're saddened to know. It's as if like you didn't think it was possible for middle schoolers to do this type of prank on social media. Like, tell me you're so out of touch without. I'm mean-spirited, yes, but don't play stupid.
Yeah.
All right. First of all, this is probably not the first time this has happened. All right. I mean, there were people when I was in 2009, I graduated, people making fake MySpace accounts and Facebook accounts over teachers, right? I mean, this has been going on for a long time. I'm not saying it's right.
Yeah.
But come on, we're certain to know. What do you mean you're certain to know, right? I mean, this is
the emotional stress cause.
And now law, like you're going to prosecute. Get out of here. Middle schoolers, get out of here. Call the parents in, talk to them. Hey, maybe we can have a conversation. But legal consequences? Come on.
Yep.
What are we doing?
By the way, this goes along with my always saying, don't drink soda and all the highly processed foods. Finally, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration will no longer allow the use of brominated vegetable oil in any food products, especially soda. So it's chemical bromine. It's been used in small amounts to keep the citrus flavoring from, I don't know, it's basically a preservative and flavoring issue, but mostly sodas use BVOs as an ingredient according to all these different environmental working groups and advocacy health groups. But brominated vegetable oil, BVO, look for that in any food products. And they say it causes a host of problems. So
Citrus,
bad for
you
your
said
heart,
it.
liver, and
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if that's an ingredient in like 7-Up or Mountain Dew, Sprite, things like that, those lemon lime sodas.
But I guess it's in most sodas. So one more thing, look it up. So now they're reviewing new evidence of what these BVOs can cause, but you see how bad it is. And by the way, in studies, it's not only bad for your heart, your kidneys, or liver, but it's bad for your testicles.
Oh. Yeah, Sean and I'll just nod along and take notes and
Listen, I don't drink soda.
See?
File that. in the,
I really don't. The only carbonated beverages I drink are beer. That's it.
Yeah, I don't do
Seriously.
soda either. Yeah, it's either a beer or the occasional Red Bull, but I'm trying to quit those.
Now you hear about this issue with the soda. Now you know how he became Little Rocket Man. He probably had too much
Because he had
Coca-Cola.
a little rock.
Probably had too much Coca-Cola. Or was it Pepsi? We don't know. But he's got a little rocket, tiny little rocket. And we're not talking
freezing my
about the
ass off up here.
Where's that
my
clip from Seinfeld, right? The episode where they're in the pool?
Yes.
Right? You know what I'm talking about.
They're shriveled. Well, listen, if your tires are shriveling, United Tire sponsors us this morning. If you drive a car, you want it to last and not cost you a ton in the long run. So get your car to United Tire and Service. Visit one of their 10 locations across our region. Visit UnitedTire.com. UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Hopefully you're driving with your air conditioning on because we heat up to 96 degrees today, but it will feel with the heat index more like 102 degrees with this heat wave upon us. So all these alerts going out. Shore points, if you're still lucky enough to be at the Jersey Shore, obviously 10 to 20 degrees. If you're right on the beach, it's like 85 and feels good with the ocean breeze. But if you're not on the beach, sorry, it's a hot one. Tomorrow, another heat advisory posted. National Weather Service putting out these warnings. Partly sunny, hot, and humid tomorrow. An afternoon T-storm is possible. The high tomorrow, 95, but it's going to feel like it's up to 104 again. Wednesday, we finally get a little bit of relief. Mostly cloudy, hot, humid. Afternoon T-storm possible again, but the high 93. Wednesday into Thursday, that's when we at least are not hitting 90. Thursday, downpours and thunderstorms possible during the day with a high of just 89. Friday, finally, it's going to feel so good with 85 degrees, but scattered downpours and T-storms will cool us off Friday afternoon. We'll start out partly sunny on Friday. Looking at the weekend, that same pattern continues, upper 80s, but T-storms kind of break the heat in the afternoon. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 7:20 as we continue here on this Monday morning. The cut sheet just about 25 minutes out. Coming up next, Project 2025 and Donald Trump's Truth Post. Stay tuned. It's Kayal and Company. We continue with that next.
Is arthritic joint pain keeping you from doing the things you love? Dawn Stensland here. I'm talking about bone-on-bone pain in your knees, hips, back, or shoulder. There are exciting new cellular therapies that can get you lasting relief. QC Kinetics is helping patients like you every day. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, and I'm talking cutting-edge treatments which accelerate your own body's healing properties, revitalizing your joints so you can move again. They've help so many people here and tens of thousands more across the country. So if you're living with chronic joint pain from arthritis or injury, you need to know steroids and surgery and pain pills are no longer your only option. Learn how QC Kinetics can treat the pain, enhance your joints, restore your mobility. No downtime. This is the future of medicine. Call for a free consultation, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Slim down this summer with NJ Diet. You will lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's faster and safer than weight loss injections. Lose those extra pounds the safe and natural way without any shots. Get started at njdiet.com.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? Dawn Stensland here. You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and tub shower conversion, you're going to love that new bathroom. Plus, an industry-leading warranty. Right now, Kitchen Magic offering 30% off select door styles and colors. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Did you know you can stream Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app? Just download the free Odyssey app and search for Fox News Radio to hear the voices you trust. Brian Kilmeade.
Why are we so scared of Iran thinking that we're at war with them?
Guy Benson.
Get the bleep out of here. It's disgusting.
Jimmy Fallon.
Then this administration rolled into town with a checkbook.
Are all on the free Odyssey app. From the news and talk to keep you informed and up to date during election season. Listen to Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
For eligible individuals 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better.
You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge.
Oh, you people are wonderful.
Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee.
I hear better than I ever thought possible.
Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to jabraenhance.com/try. That's JABRA enhance.com/try. jabraenhance.com/try.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right, the season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 70% off site-wide. Treat yourself with savings on heart-healthy omega-3s, pain-relieving anti-inflammatories, natural immunity boosters, and so much more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE. 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 70% off all natural solutions for your highs and lows, from high blood pressure, cholesterol, low energy, testosterone. Rescue's got you covered. Hurry on over. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you at res-q.com. Do it today.
Summertime, we're in the heart of it. Really, this is road trip season for so many of us. But do you know if your vehicle is completely road trip ready? My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're always going to help you make sure you and your family are safe on the roads this summer. The service centers of the Piazza Premium dealers not only handle your regular maintenance needs, but also diagnose possible issues before they can happen. So schedule a service appointment online today. Just visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com, for that dealer nearest you, Pennsylvania, Delaware, New Jersey. PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
726, Kayal and Company, as we continue on a Monday morning inside of 20 minutes until we get to what is on the cut sheet coming up at 7:45. Nick, Dawn, and Sean, 855-839-1210. A big shout out to this audience for their donations and their generosity as we have cleared the 15K hurdle for the bike ride. I think we are now at 15,500. Our goal was 15K for the 4th of July. We got there. As of Thursday afternoon, it was like 15,400 and change. So we are now $4,500 away, give or take, from July 21st and our 20K goal. And this is going to be the most important $4,500 because, as you know, if we get to $20,000 here in the next 12 or 13 days, Stalker will have to ride in the bike ride and go 65 miles. And we want that, folks. We want that. All of us want Greg Stalker to have to ride a bike 65 miles in what I hope is scorching hot weather. I want 95. I want heat. I want humidity. I want chafing. I want the whole schmear, Dawn. I want everybody to be miserable and sweating and dehydrating, especially Stalker. Yes. Yes, I want that beautiful hair he has. I want that thing dripping out of the bike helmet. So $4,500. Get to gregstalkersucks.com or ben2shore.org. And our jerseys, if you want to sign up and ride, is all brought to you by David Gelman Law Firm, gelmanlawfirm.com for all your criminal and personal injury needs. So we appreciate that. So let me get to the Trump Project 2025 stuff, which I thought was another attempt by the left to make it seem like Donald Trump is just some radical maniac. You know, you got Joy Reid claiming he's Hitler, and then you have Trump having to come out and issue this statement. And this was on Friday morning, July 5th at 11:30 a.m. Donald Trump posted on Truth Social, "I know nothing about Project 2025. I have no idea who is behind it. I disagree with some of the things they are saying, and some of the things they are saying are absolutely ridiculous and abysmal. Anything they do, I wish them luck, but I have nothing to do with them." And then Fox News with a couple of excerpts saying that Trump has attempted to distance himself from the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025 on Friday, portrayed as a blueprint for a future Republican administration to restructure many parts of the U.S. government. Project 2025, also known as the Presidential Transition Project, launched in April of 2023 and is not associated with Donald Trump's campaign. They even had to come out and say, quote, "As we've been saying for many years now, Project 2025 does not speak for any candidate or campaign." A Project 2025 spokesperson told Fox News, "We are a coalition of more than 110 conservative groups advocating policy and personal recommendations for the next conservative president. But it is ultimately up to that president, who we believe will be President Trump, to decide which recommendations to implement." And I thought it was interesting that Trump even had to come out and, issue a statement. I think it's a sound strategy, but I think it's kind of ridiculous that you have to come out and say you're not affiliated with things like, which, by the way, when you look at the agenda, and I've got the agenda here, there's probably 20, 25 different bullet points. Look, you go and listen to this show and you go through our audience. There might be some people that are very, very far right, and some people are a little bit further left of far right. There might be some moderates in our audience. Heck, we do have a few liberals that listen. But I'm looking at some of these Project 2025 agenda bullet points, and some of them are already in play with Republicans and conservatives, such as, dismantling DEI in all levels of government. I want that right now. I think we're starting to see it. It's discriminatory. It's divisive. It doesn't work. And then things like dismantling the FDA. I'm down with either dismantling or defunding a lot of the three-letter agencies in our federal government. And then packing the Supreme Court with extreme far-right judges. Yet, when you're the president of the United States and a position on the Supreme Court becomes available, if you're Joe Biden, Ketanji Brown Jackson. If you're Trump or anybody others, any other Republican or conservative, and you have the opportunity to put justices on there that are for your cause, so to speak, I'm fine with that. There are other elements of Project 2025 that I completely disagree with. And more importantly, beyond any of that, I think a lot of this stuff Trump probably wants no part of. So I'm not sure if you guys saw that story, but I found it interesting that Trump felt the need to kind of distance himself from it because, as I said, some of them are just common sense and already in play, and some others Trump probably doesn't want to be affiliated with, to be honest.
Yeah, this 2025 thing is ridiculous because, again, I think some of the policy suggestions they're not terrible, right? Like dismantling the Department of Education, and it depends on who's telling you what it is, right? I mean, I think I saw the tweet you're talking about, right? That, someone says pack the Supreme Court with extreme far right judges. Well, what if I went to the same person who, in reply to your tweet, said F Trump and F Project 2025? What if I told him packing the Supreme Court with far left judges? Would he be okay with that? Of course he would.
Of course he would.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's the problem, right? So it's the lens that everyone's looking at it through. But I think if it's not affiliated with you, right, like Donald Trump says he's not affiliated with Project 2025, then he should be clear about it. And it's not that he's denouncing or disavowing everything that Project 2025 wants for the country. Like you said, there may be a lot of common ground there. There may be a lot of common ground there between Project 2025 and me. But the point of the matter is they don't speak for Trump. Trump doesn't speak for them. And so essentially what he's disavowing is the affiliation, the association between the two, that Donald Trump's campaign and Trump himself is not affiliated with Project 2025, but there may be some policy positions in their agenda where he does align himself, and that's okay too. Look, if this is where the left is now, basically trying to tie Donald Trump again, Orange Man bad, to some group that's drafting policy or suggesting, different policy suggestions. If that's where the left is, man, they're desperate. And I like when they're desperate, but it also kind of scares me because they're capable of some real bad stuff.
Dawn, your thoughts?
On the other side, first of all, we interview people from these think tanks all the time, whether it's Heritage Foundation, whether it's the Commonwealth Foundation. And remember, during the Obama administration, it was the Liberal Center for American Progress. And they said, oh, this is the Obama think tank. These think tanks have existed for a very long time. And so, yeah, in this one in particular, the Heritage Foundation, this is hundreds of pages. It's like a 900-page document, to my understanding. And some of the policies, I think, are already policies that Trump already supports, like supporting funding to build the wall, for example. But there are other ones that he might not. It's amazing to me if you look at the headlines, even this morning or over the weekend, USA Today, they're saying J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio say Trump is not beholden to Project 2025. But other Washington Post, Democrats focused attacks on right-wing Project 2025 pushed by Trump allies 46 minutes ago. AP News, Biden assails Project 2025. Trump denies knowing about it. Which, is, by the way, is a bad headline. Trump denies knowing about it. They're trying to get this Project 2025 in the headlines when they know full well these think tanks have existed for a very long time on the right, on the left, and none of them, we know, look at it. It's not, Trump didn't write this. He had nothing to do with it, and nor did President Obama when he was president. So this is just all fodder for the media, to wave, this, and it just shows you didn't see it as much in so-called mainstream media when somebody like Obama was in office. You see it now because this is about Trump and it's about winning the next November election.
Here are the agenda points. I'll just read through them in rapid fire fashion, and you guys feel free to jump in on anything, whether it's Trump related or not. Eliminate the Department of Education. Use public funds to pay for private religious schools. Encourage Christian indoctrination through public schools. Dismantle DEI protections in all levels of government. We mentioned that one. Eliminate no-fault divorce. Total ban on abortion, regardless of viability or health of the mother. Ban all contraceptives. Ban African American and gender studies in all levels of education.
Where are you reading this from?
This is the Project 2025 screenshot that I have from, I believe this is, I don't know who this is from. Is this wrong?
This is, I see you on Twitter. And now this is somebody, CJ Romero, at CJ, anybody who wants to have a nice civil conversation with this guy on Twitter. at CJR16A. And this is definitely, this is something that has been, they've gone into the agenda, okay? And they have spun it to make it sound bad. For instance, I don't think if you were to look at Project 2025, you would see something that says dismantling civil rights,
right,
or banning African-American studies in all levels of education.
So they're doing this to make it look much more inflammatory.
Oh, yeah. They're doing this to make it look real bad. Total ban on abortion. Like all of the banning Muslims from entering the country. Come on. Well, we know the deal there. It wasn't a blanket Muslim ban. As a matter of fact, India, one of the largest Muslim populations in the world, was still allowed, Indians were allowed to come into the country. So this is the agenda of Project 2025. But with the leftists, this guy probably, if you were to search his Twitter feed, probably calls people like you and me fascists all day long.
Well, and that's the thing that's so ridiculous with all of this is, it's not like we haven't lived through one term of Donald Trump. So when you hear all this Hitler stuff and Project 2025, all these scare tactics, all you have to do is, in order to get the aha checkmate moment on somebody that's trying to sell you, oh my God, if Trump gets elected, he's going to implement blah, blah, blah. Be like, did he do this the first time? Did he prosecute anybody in the media? Did he throw other Democrats in jail? Okay, did he do anything remotely close to what, like the whole Hitler thing? Like, it makes my head explode. How many Jewish people, and I hate to use the word, but Hitler's goal was to exterminate an entire segment of society. And you have people that are in prominent positions where I think you owe your audience some level of responsibility to not sit there and say Donald Trump is Hitler. Like Joy Reid going on and on about that. Like if I, maybe MSNBC doesn't care because they want ratings. But if I was the boss of MSNBC and I get what the goal of MSNBC is, I understand it's, far left. I would be like, I don't need you on television saying he's Adolf Hitler. Especially if I was her boss and I was Jewish. I would really be offended by that. But that's just me.
Especially considering what you just said. We've lived through the 4 years, right? It's not like we don't know what he's going to do. We've seen it already. Yeah. So like your credibility, it's like saying it wasn't raining yesterday, but you walked outside and got wet anyway by chance. Yeah. Like we all know what happened. It's a credibility issue. And now Joy Reid, like, well, he wasn't Hitler the first time, but he's definitely Hitler now. Yeah. Come on. I mean, seriously, are we kidding me here?
Painful. All right, 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. The cut sheet is on the way, and oh my goodness, do we have a lot to get to, including the interview and the interviewee and the interviewer. It's the battle of the great Greek gods, Bidenopoulos and Stephanopoulos. We'll get to all of that and much, much more as we continue. It's Kayal and Company. The cut sheet is coming up next.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Colonel Mannion, it is an absolute pleasure to speak with you again.
Yeah, it's great to be with you here. Having lost a son in defense of our freedoms means everything to me, Nick. We're super proud of him, and his mom set up a small memorial fund, and before we knew it, she had grown it to a level that we never expected. Part of that was, Travis and who he was.
Colonel Tom Mannion joining us here on the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight, presented by Window Nation.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Beat the Heat on Thursday, August 15th at 6:40 when the Phils host the Nats, and fans 21 and over take home a Miller Lite floppy hat. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Who doesn't love a family reunion? Come to ours on Sunday, August 18th at 1:35 when the Phils host the Nationals and Toyota Phillies Alumni Day. Secure your seats at Phillies.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is known for being South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. Choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area or have their master jewelers create a one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at FamilyJewelers.com.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251.
Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
The wait is over. Dell Technologies Black Friday and July deals are live. Check out incredible savings on select laptops and more, like the XPS 15, powered by Intel Core processors. The XPS 15 brings you the perfect balance of power and portability, plus stellar visuals and immersive sound. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics, plus free shipping on everything. Don't miss out on Black Friday and July savings at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different. But here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, like $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. The best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.45, Kayal and Company as we roll on this Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Sean here on Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Oh, we got a lot of good stuff to get to. Let's not waste any time. It is time for a Monday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have amazingly competitive pricing plus an additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith, Yosef, and the entire team are looking forward to meeting you.
Thank you very much, Frank. As we get it going here with the first part of the Cut Sheet, I think we've got close to 50 clips. I don't think we'll get in all 50 between part 1 and part 2, but I do think we'll get to a good 2 dozen here between now and 9:45 when we get out of the second part. Let's start with clip number 2, boys. And, it's interesting when you're in the sports world. After a game, usually you have like a film session, right? You go back, you watch the tape, what you did right, what you did wrong. I wonder if politicians do that after a debate. Clip 2, Joe Biden, not sure if he actually went back and watched the debate. Take a listen to this.
You and your team have said you had a bad night. But your friend Nancy Pelosi actually framed the question that I think is on the minds of millions of Americans. Was this a bad episode or the sign of a more serious condition?
It's a bad episode. No indication of any serious condition. I was exhausted. I didn't listen to my instincts in terms of preparing, and I had a bad night.
You say you were exhausted, and I know you've said that before as well, but you came, and you did have a tough month, but you came home from Europe about 11 or 12 days before the debate, spent 6 days in Camp David. Why wasn't that enough rest time, enough recovery time?
Because I was sick. I was feeling terrible. Matter of fact, the docs with me, I asked them, they did a COVID test because they were trying to figure out what was wrong. They did a test to see whether or not I had some infection, a virus. I didn't. They just had a really bad cold.
And did you ever watch the debate afterwards?
I don't think I did, no.
Well, what I want to get at is, what were you experiencing as you were going through the debate? Did you know how badly it was going?
Yeah, look. The whole way I prepared, nobody's fault, mine. Nobody's fault but mine. I prepared what I usually would do, sitting down, as I did come back with foreign leaders or the National Security Council, for explicit detail. And I realized about partway through that, I get quoted, the New York Times had me down at 10 points before the debate, 9 now, or whatever the hell it is. The fact of the matter is that what I looked at is that he also lied 28 times. The way the debate ran, not my fault, no one else's fault. No one else's fault.
But it seemed like you were having trouble from the first question in, even before he spoke.
Well, I just had a bad night.
Just a bad episode, Dawn and Sean, except in my world, it seems like it's just been one endless bad episode since January of 2021. But that's just me trying to be a fair and impartial observer.
Yeah,
I think. I'm sorry, Dawn.
No,
I
go
think.
ahead.
I think the bad episode has been. It's more than just one episode. I feel like it's been like a whole couple of seasons of badness. Game of Thrones was a good show. I watched it. There were some episodes of Game of Thrones where I was like, they could have done better here. But overall, I really enjoyed the whole series. This whole series has been a disaster from the day he was inaugurated to now. So, downplay it as a bad episode all you want. Again, Jets fan, I've seen quarterbacks. I've seen, bad games, and then I've seen bad quarterbacks. And most of the time, it's more than just a bad game if you're a Jets QB. It's usually you're just not very good. And I think that's what we're dealing with Biden.
It's been a bad experience. It's been a bad experiment. It was not just a singular bad episode. And anybody that's been paying attention will tell you that because we've observed it time and time again. Now, I was thinking about this as well. Is it in Trump's best interest to even debate Joe Biden anymore after the first debate on June 27th? This is clip 4, boys. Will Joe Biden debate Donald Trump in a second debate? Clip 4. Go ahead.
Do you value the thoughts of individuals in your policy?
I hope he'll debate me. I wouldn't be surprised if he was.
If he's in, will you commit to debating?
I'm committing now, absolutely, whether he's in or not.
So Joe Biden is committing to another debate. And the Biden campaign is probably sitting back, and maybe there are people saying, can't go any worse than it did in the first one. But strategically, would it make sense? Because I've had this thought for a couple of days now. Would it make sense for Trump to just come out and say, there's no reason for me, there was no reason for me to debate in the primary. I devoured him on June 27th. You heard that clip we played in the Big Take of Trump in the golf cart. Would it be beneficial for Trump just to say, you know what, I've got nothing to gain debating this brain dead guy the rest of the way? What do you think about that?
No, I think that he absolutely should do. So far, the September debate is on, and I think that it behooves Trump to do it because he not only physically looks strong and healthy and fit for the job, and that's an important piece of this. And I'm glad George Stephanopoulos, to his credit, it was a pretty tough interview. I mean, it was to me when I watched it, it was brutal. I mean, he asked all the questions he needed to ask. But I will say that this will come down to the delegates. So that's really, we can talk all day about what Biden is going to do. Four more Democrats today are calling for Biden to step down. Democrat governors like Shapiro, like we saw Gavin Newsom here in our region in Doylestown yesterday. None of that matters. This is all about the delegates. The New York Times had an article I want to say a day or two, that the delegates will become the kingmakers, but it's all up to the delegates. And that's really what I've been studying. What happens if the delegates, can they turn on him? And I looked up the actual law under the DNC, and there is wording that would allow those delegates, because it talks about that they are serving a responsibility and they should nominate the person, but it's based on their conscience. And it's the word, their conscience. They have wiggle room. If these delegates, who are Biden's people, so on one hand, they're loyal to him, but on the other hand, if they are convinced that, and their good conscience tells them that they should not, in fact, nominate Biden, then Biden's in big trouble.
Interesting point. Sean, should Trump and Biden go forward with that debate? What do you think?
Absolutely. Anytime Joe Biden is going to volunteer to be in front of the cameras in an unscripted, no teleprompter instance, whether it's before or after 8 p.m. Eastern time, by the way, because apparently that's when he goes to bed. Okay. They say he can't have events after 8. I wonder what the other world leaders say. They probably have alarms set. They go, all right, 8:01 Eastern time, send the missiles now to Hezbollah, right? So the president is asleep. Nobody can say anything about it. I think anytime Joe Biden volunteers to go out into public in front of cameras and answer questions, whether he got the answers before or the questions before then or not, take him up on it. I think you absolutely take him up on it and do exactly what he just did a week and a half ago. Yeah. Let Joe Biden talk. Let him mumble, let him stumble, and let him fail. That's it, right? Mm-hmm. Let him mumble, let him stumble, let him tumble.
Yes,
that's it.
That's
what
that.
I say to do.
Could be a
Mumbling,
t-shirt.
stumbling, and tumbling. Go. Go ahead. Let's debate.
I sense a parody bit coming up soon from Sean Farish. Two things on that front, too. Yes, it makes sense for Trump to do it again, because think of the timing as well. September 10th, right? People are back to school. People are back to work. They've returned from Labor Day. They've returned from their summer checkout. And the numbers might have been great for CNN on June 27th, but comparatively speaking, that debate compared to Biden-Trump round 1 in 2020 was a swing and a miss numbers-wise. Same thing when you compare it to Trump-Hillary in 2016. So maybe you do get more eyes on the television and see Biden's demise in September as opposed to late June. But I want to go back quickly to what Dawn had said about George Stephanopoulos being a fair interviewer and coming out hard there. Think about where we are now in the last 10-plus days, where we're sitting here and saying Jake Tapper, Dana Bash, and George Stephanopoulos are being fair, impartial, and tough journalists on the Democrat. Like, we expect that when they are interviewing a Republican, whether it's Trump, whether it's Nancy Mace, whoever it is. And that just illustrates how indefensible Joe Biden is, that even the people that prop him up with softball after softball are buzzing him high and tight with fastballs now.
Yeah, because they're worried. I mean, they're worried right now because they are Democrats, and so they're fighting for their team. You know what I'm saying? So I think for George Stephanopoulos, I don't consider him a journalist, quote unquote.
No.
But I think that he gave it was a tough interview. He was asking, tough questions. But I will say this, it was 20-some minutes? It was all about Biden's health and not anything about policy.
Nope.
I mean, today, I know Biden was in our region and in Pennsylvania yesterday. He was in, in Mount Airy and then Manayunk and then went on to Harrisburg. But today he's dealing with NATO. And so he's back in D.C. meeting. I mean, nothing about NATO, nothing about policy, the economy, the border, no policy questions, zero. And so to me, I think that is allowing the president to get away with the fact that he has failing policies. Ask some policy questions in there, not just about his health or his ability to do the job.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
right.
Dawn, you're right, because I think the biggest problem there was we talked about his health. We talked about a bad debate. He was able to come out and kind of say, I was tired and it was a bad night. But we don't hear about, him being held accountable for inflation or the border or any of the issues that are at the top of voters' minds right now. Because as much as we look at this guy, he's shuffling around in his Pampers, right? Whatever. That's not the biggest problem. It's an issue. But the biggest issue is, what has the last 3.5 years been about? When Stephanopoulos, what is his name? Snuffleupagus was, covering up. All of these people were carrying the water for him, and now all of a sudden they're not. I go back to this one point, and I want everyone to think about this. If there was no debate on June 27th, for whatever reason, right? Joe Biden had a cold. Donald Trump decided he didn't like the terms. Every single person that we're talking about this morning, Tapper, Bash, Snuffleupagus, whoever it is, right? They'd all still be telling you Joe Biden is okay.
Mm-hmm.
These people are not your friends. I don't care how fair they're trying to look now. They're doing this as a means of saving face. Yeah. They would still be covering for him if there was no debate on June 27th. We know that because up until that day, they were like, no, he's fine. He's good. When he got Egypt and Mexico confused, and he said Mexico was on the border of Israel, they were like, that's okay. He's, you know what he meant.
Yep.
No, I don't. I have no idea what he meant. I would like to listen to the president of the United States and know what he means. I have no idea what Joe Biden means. But we've seen episode after episode after episode, example after example after example of him either falling asleep or wandering off. Now the debate, the snuffy interview, like it's now out in the open. They can't even carry his water anymore. But if that debate didn't happen, they'd still be covering for him. That's the point.
Yep.
I don't want anyone to lose that.
There's no water to carry because the canister's dried up.
Yeah,
so true.
You spilled it all.
Yes, you did. All right, go ahead, Dawn.
I was just going to say that in a way, we're all still talking about Biden's debate performance. And that was June 27th, June 27th, I believe, right? And so TikTok, here is Trump, the RNC next week already, VP. So a lot of positives for Trump. Reportedly, those delegates that I referenced, they are meeting between now and over the next 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And the delegates, now I found the clause that I was looking after the DNC, quote, this is quick, delegates elected to the National Convention pledged to a presidential candidate shall in all good conscience reflect the sentiments of those who elected them.
Mm.
So that's a clutch sentence. These delegates are meeting over the next 2 weeks to decide.
Mm-hmm.
And so could they decide that in all good conscience, they have a president who's not mentally fit?
Mm-hmm.
They could.
Yep. I think between now and the middle of July, another 7, 8, 10 days, I think we're going to be on Biden dropout watch every single day, to be completely honest. And I know he's been defiant. He's been adamant. He's running. He's the sitting president. He, went through the primary process, yada, yada, yada. I think up until we get to the RNC and then we kind of pivot to see who Trump's VP will be, which, by the way, I think Trump's holding a rally tomorrow at Doral. And Marco Rubio is scheduled to speak. And now, of course, the speculation will be, is Marco the VP? Is he now the front runner? Because we know it's basically down to 3, if you believe the reports, Rubio, Burgum, and J.D. Vance. Let me get to clip 10, boys. We'll jump ahead here. We'll skip a few that I had before that. Clip number 10, you know it's getting bad when the White House's lies are falling apart. You have a presidency on the brink of a collapse, and even CNN is destroying the narrative within the White House. Clip number 10, go right ahead.
Officials now contradicting the White House press secretary, saying Biden was seen by his doctor days after the debate.
He did not get checked out by the doctor. It's a cold, guys. It's a cold. And I know that it affects everybody differently. We have all had colds. And so, no, he was not checked by the doctor.
A White House official tells CNN Biden had a, quote, brief check, not a physical, after the debate. And now appealing directly to black voters in a pair of new interviews.
I had a bad night. And the fact of the matter is that, I screwed up. I made a mistake. That's 90 minutes on stage. Look at what I've done in 3.5 years.
Biden even telling Democratic governors gathered at the White House Wednesday his plan is to stop scheduling events after 8 p.m. so he can get more sleep. The White House's evolving reasons for Biden's bad debate is also raising eyebrows. In private, Biden has acknowledged that the next few days are critical, packed with a high-profile interview and 2 stops in battleground states.
You know what's really remarkable and amazing about this administration is either they are so disjointed and fractured that they can't get their stories straight, or they're just maybe so incompetent that they are probably the biggest PR disaster I have ever seen. And I think a lot of this is because they chose optics over merit in a lot of positions that matter. I don't know what Karine Jean-Pierre did for the 4th of July holiday weekend, but after the last 10 days that lady's had, not to defend her, but I would be pouring a lot of cocktails for myself and pondering my exit strategy, because every day she goes up there, I mean, she's just getting peppered with fastball after fastball. And look, she signed up for it. That's the job requirement. But boy, you know what? She's in a position where it's not even spinnable anymore. I mean, every day she goes up there and it's just like, all right, I know Heinrich's going to hit me with one. The Deuce Man's going to come flying in. When the New York Times and the Washington Post are coming at you, you know you have nowhere to run and nowhere to hide.
Yeah, and you wonder, it feels like KJP has been in that job for a long time. Usually there's a pretty quick turnover because it's a burnout job. It's amazing to me that maybe she's as stubborn as Joe Biden in the job. You know what I mean? It feels,
because Psaki got out.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, most people, they're in there maybe a year, maybe a little less. It's a 24/7 job. And most people, after 10 months, a year, it feels like she's been in there forever.
I mean, Huckabee Sanders is now the governor. McEnany has a TV show. Psaki has a TV show. Where does the binder land? We should start taking bets on that.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I'll tell you this. What I find crazy is, and I played this clip a couple times last week, is it's just alarming when the whole jet lag excuse came out, right? How are you jet lagged when you've spent the last 13 days before the debate, 12 days before the debate in the same time zone? How are you jet lagged when you haven't even taken a jet anywhere out of the same time zone over the course of the last 12 to 13 days before the debate? How are you jet lagged when you spent 7 straight days locked away in the same location? And then she goes, well, it was jet lag and the cold. Oh, I got it. So it was a combination of things. He was tired and he was sick, but the next day he wasn't tired nor sick. It was all good in North Carolina. This woman, Karine Jean-Pierre, she is one of the most fascinating, but for all the wrong reasons, people to listen to spin, Joe Biden's shortcomings here. And it is her job. I get it. It is her job. But it is unreal the lengths at which she will go to spin it. And hey, that's the job, I guess, of the press secretary. But I mean, we really couldn't figure out a better excuse than jet lag and a cold, right? I mean, I guess there really is no better one, because you can't be like, yep, he's a vegetable. You got him, right? So, but does anyone really believe the jet lag and cold thing? I mean, have you ever seen jet lag and a cold do that to somebody? I haven't.
I have not. No.
No, because even if you're sick and you've lost your voice and you have a bad cold, you're not losing your train of thought and then hubba, hubba, hubba as he was. That's different. That's not a cold, clearly.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
right.
I do think that Stephanopoulos was trying to get there with him, asking about it, bluntly saying, are you fit for office? By the way, Jen Psaki had the job a year and a half.
Okay.
And KJP, I looked up, has been in there well over 2 years.
Okay. Wow. What an era.
The circle bank, no circle
Yeah,
back.
remember that?
Girl. That's Jen Psaki. Yeah.
All right, boys, let's skip ahead. I want to get to clip 38 here because I do believe we are on Joe Biden dropout watch. And the question is right now, and I played you the clip earlier this morning where you had our buddy Frank Luntz, the Republican pollster, talking about, they can't go to Kamala Harris because she's polling as low as Aaron Burr and Dan Quayle. And then we gave you the clip of Harry Enton from CNN saying, when you look at the polling and the favorability ratings, he doesn't see any way in which Joe Biden can get reelected. Well, let's get to clip 38. This is Obama's former chief political strategist, David Axelrod, on Joe Biden, saying he's not going to win this race. Clip 38.
It's just there are certain immutable facts of life, and those were painfully obvious on that debate stage. And the president just doesn't seem to he hasn't come to grips with it. He's not winning this race. He's more likely, if you just look at the data and talk to people around the country, political people around the country, it's more likely that he'll lose by a landslide than win narrowly this race.
So you could say what you want about some of these strategists, but when you have Axelrod, who worked with Obama, and you have our buddy from Louisiana, Carville, who is a Clinton guy, losing their minds, and Carville is, I think, a caricature of himself. Axelrod actually presents himself professionally, but both are spinning the same message right now, that Joe Biden cannot win. And Carville has even said over the last 2 or 3 months, everything that the Democrats have tried to do to derail the Trump momentum just hasn't stuck. And I think you're at a point now where if you're the Trump campaign, you obviously keep doing your thing. But the greatest endorsement you could possibly have, the greatest ad you can run, is having Joe Biden and the Biden campaign just continually shooting themselves in the foot. You almost just sit back and put your feet up in the recliner and watch that dysfunctional operation operate. That's your best campaign message right now. Me or what you're seeing every single day. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, I think Carville also is an Obama guy, and I wonder with some of this, how much is former President Barack Obama involved in these conversations or in the strategizing? I saw Axios had written a line about today that the S is going to hit the fan when Congress returns today. That was one of the Democrats who, said was being quoted. And so I know everybody's antsy, but I personally don't see a path by which Biden leaves. I think his own personality is that he is reportedly, he's stubborn, he's doubled down. We saw him yesterday in Philadelphia. I mean, he's going directly to the churches. That has a huge impact, in particular on African Americans in communities like Philadelphia. The fact that you have him right up there with the preacher and people saying, pray for him, he was sick, and that he's healthy and that he goes forward. But I think he's not going anywhere. And I don't think they're going to want to take him kicking and screaming.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't want Kamala anyway.
Yep.
So they're going to roll the dice.
The problem is nobody wants Kamala.
Yeah.
Just ask the Democrat voters who didn't even let her get to Iowa after what Tulsi Gabbard did to her in the 2020 primary. Nobody wanted her. The only reason she's on the ticket, I think the Democrats thought, this is what I think they thought. They all knew, everybody knew about Joe Biden's issues in 2020. Because how could you not? When you're on the campaign trail and you start talking about how kids rubbed your leg in a pool, there is an issue. I can't imagine his campaign, like behind the scenes, heard him going into that story, and they're like, "Oh no, somebody pull the mic. Don't let him tell the leg story because he's probably told it. I was in a pool, in this exact pool, and they rubbed my leg down, a hairy leg. Nobody wants to hear that, right? So everyone knew he had issues. Everybody knew he had problems, and they hid them. And I think they thought, well, let's just throw Kamala on the ticket. We've got our diversity hire. She checks off all the boxes. Joe will go a year and a half, and then we'll just let her come in and take over. First woman, black, whatever boxes they want to say, she checks, they'll run with it, and that'll be that. The problem is she's been so unpopular. She's so unlikable. And her history as a prosecutor in California is so bad when you look at the black community, how many people she locked up for smoking weed after then admitting that, oh, yeah, I used it too and it was illegal, right? So rules for thee, but not for me. She's so unlikable that they couldn't pull the switcheroo. So now the only option is a guy who is gone. He's completely lost. Or that, Willie Brown's former playmate, right? Back in the day with Montel Williams, Willie Brown, whoever else it was, the original Hawk Tua girl, I like to say, Kamala Harris, right? So it's either Biden or that. Neither would ever voluntarily get out of the way.
Yep.
But I don't think Biden is giving up the reins here at all, specifically because, of the happy wife, happy life principle. Jill Biden's not going to let it happen. Doppler Jill is not letting it happen. We have a caretaker running the country.
I'm glad you bring that up. I was thinking about this as somebody in a position that loves what I do, and this is my livelihood. This is more than just a job. This is more than a career. It's my passion. I love doing talk radio. I loved doing sports talk radio for many years, and now I love doing news and talk. But you know what? Let's think about this with Joe. And I know, Sean, you tweeted you don't feel bad for him. Neither do I, by the way.
Zero sympathy.
But looking at it from a career standpoint, I have, in part, I think my answer is because I think Trump's going to beat him now, and Kamala is easily defeatable as well. So I feel like, you can go with A, you can go with B, you can flip it around, do whatever you want. I think Trump's going to destroy both of them at this point. But that being said, if you're Joe Biden, you know what? You do you, man. Like, honestly, you've been in politics for 51 years. And look, yeah, you've made my life worse. The country sucks right now. I get the whole bit. But, I don't want anybody to tell me when my time is up, when my career is over. So looking at it from that standpoint, and I was thinking about it from a radio standpoint, but very few people get to do a radio show for a long time and go out on their terms, do the retirement tour, and get to, I don't know, 62 or 65 or 70 years old or whatever. It very rarely happens. Usually they get rid of you. You're making too much money. They want to go younger. They want to go cheaper, whatever it might be. But there's a part of me that says, you know what, Joe Biden, you've been a career politician, a 50-year swamp hack. There is a part of me that says, go out on your terms, even though you are completely inept. Even though your brain is tapioca pudding at this point. Do you understand, can you understand his argument of him being defiant and not wanting to step aside? Forget the betterment of the country. Forget giving, your party a better chance to win, possibly in theory. Do we look at it from the, you go out and call your shot? It's like Sean, you're a big football guy. It's like John Elway.
Yeah.
Like John Elway won back-to-back Super Bowls. He retired and went out on his terms. He didn't wait for the franchise to cut him or trade him. Does that make sense?
It does. It does make sense. And I, from that standpoint, completely agree with even with Joe Biden, right? Hey, voters put me here. They elected me to lead the party again, and I still think I'm good enough, right? Joe Biden still thinks he's good enough. He said it in the Snuffy interview. I don't think anybody's more qualified to run the country than me. Great. I think you're wrong, but at the end of the day, it's his decision. It really is. And I know, Dawn, you brought up stuff about the delegates and what they can and can't do. I'll tell you this, and this, if I was a Democrat voter who participates regularly in their primary, let's say 2016, I was a Bernie bro. I wasn't. I'm hypothetically right now. Let's say 2016, I was all about Bernie Sanders, and in 2020, so was I. And now I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to fall in line with Biden. If this is the third cycle in a row where my vote and my voice and my choice and the choice of the majority of the party is getting kicked aside because of what party leadership and donors and elites, quote unquote elites, want, I'm pissed. I'm real mad because 2016, we know with the superdelegates what they did to Bernie. 2020, he was in position to take that nomination until just before Super Tuesday, when everybody dropped out and coalesced behind Joe Biden to keep Bernie Sanders from getting the nomination. Now you decide, I'm going to be a good team player. I'm going to vote for Joe Biden. We're going to help him. Voters have chosen him in the primary, and the party's now going to subvert your will again And these are the people that call themselves Democrats and call Trump a threat to democracy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they can only do this so much before their voters, Democrat voters, start to go, we don't really have a voice here.
Right.
We don't really have a voice here, because it's true. If the party leadership is just going to go ahead and pick the nominee without the will of the voters, what's the point of even participating? So to all the Democrats that are listening right now, you don't have a voice in the Democrat Party, stay home on Election Day. That's my advice.
Yes. Well said. Please adhere to that advice as well. All right, let's skip ahead to clip 23, boys. This is the more of the interview from ABC with Stephanopoulos and Biden, talking about his 36% approval rating and how low that is and why it's likely to lead to him not getting reelected. But the big guy is not buying that. Clip 23.
Well, that is true, but 2020 was a close race. And your approval rating has dropped significantly since then. I think the last poll I saw was about 36%. The number of Americans who think you're too old to serve has doubled since 2020. Wouldn't a clear-eyed political calculus tell you that it's going to be much tougher to win in 2024?
Not when you're running against a pathological liar. Not when he hadn't been challenged in a way that he's about to be challenged. Not when people...
You've had months to challenge him.
Oh, sure I had months, but I was also doing a hell of a lot of other things, like wars around the world, like keeping NATO together.
So I play that clip because he's not buying the approval rating. And Lucy sends us a tweet. And Lucy says, as Republicans, we cannot take the bait. We have to think like this election is razor thin.
Yep.
Every Republican needs to vote for Donald Trump. If you get a mail-in ballot today, fill it out and get it back in. So we can look at approval ratings, and Biden's numbers are historically low. Kamala's are even lower. We can look at all the polls. We can look at the betting markets. But that's a great point. Yeah, it's kind of a victory lap for the last 10 days, and, Biden's dead, and the Democrats are in complete disarray, which they are. But again, it's like we fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. That whole line, that whole bit, I probably botched it like Joe Biden. But, just don't let your guard down in the next 4 months. I saw Scott Pressler tweet a couple of minutes ago that in about 4 hours, we get the new updated Pennsylvania voter registration data. And he says he's looking forward to seeing that. I am as well, because I want to see how things are flipping in certain counties. I want to see how Republicans are doing and gaining and growing in Bucks. Certainly not as much in Montgomery County. We understand that. But those are important things. And I think everybody has to just say, you know what? Be of the mindset that this will be a dogfight for the next 4 months. Because if you start getting complacent and think you're just going to show up on November 5th, that's when things go terribly wrong. No.
I agree with that. Yeah, I agree. That's like a trap game.
Yes,
if you start
exactly. Yes,
it's exactly what it is. And I hate thinking about it that way, because we as Republicans, first of all, have no right to believe that we can just go out and beat anybody, because we wind up always feeling like, how did this happen? And this is something that gets me a little crazy, right? I'm all about optimism. I'm all about hope. I'm all about confidence, right? I don't want anybody to get comfortable. I don't want anybody to get complacent. But on the flip side, what I've been seeing recently is scary, okay? 2020 hurt. It stung. There's a lot of questions about the election. I think there was shenanigans and fugaziness that went on in 2020. We can have that discussion another day, right? But this is what's driving me nuts now. We are leading. We have never had leads in polls before, ever, like this, right? I put a tweet a couple of days ago of 2016's numbers and 2020's numbers, and it's night and day. It was like a prediction of a Clinton landslide to now a prediction of a Trump landslide. Again, those are polls now. That does not mean that's how it's going to bear out and play out on Election Day. My point is this. We have a lead. This is our race to protect. This is our race to win. It's also our race to lose. What I can't stand is this. I see we post all these great encouraging things. Let's get out the vote. Scott Pressler's doing a great job. And then I get people who come in. It's all rigged anyway. Shut up, okay? It's not all rigged anyway beyond repair. What happened in 2016? Do you realize that by telling people it's all rigged and it doesn't matter and this one's in control and this machine's doing this, that, do you realize that you're telling people essentially, don't vote, it doesn't matter, stay home? How else do you plan on winning if you're telling, if the system isn't good enough for you? right? It's like if you're on a football team or a hockey team, well, the refs are biased, so I'm not even going to try. Well, now you've just eliminated all possible chances of you winning. Why must we get so negative? I don't get it. We are in a position right now where we're running against a literal vegetable, okay? He can't, look, we make jokes. Incompetent, incontinent. That might not actually be a joke, okay? Not a joke. Like, this is where we're at. That's what we're running against. Why do we think we're just always destined to lose? I'm not saying that we should think we're destined to win. We should feel comfortable about the position that we're in without dragging down the mood.
Mm-hmm.
The Democrat morale is so low right now.
Yes.
There is a civil war. The media, half of it's calling for Biden to resign. Half of it's calling for Biden to stay. There are House members meeting with prominent Democrats on the Hill. Should he stay? Should he go? It's like that song, should I stay or should I go now? That's what's happening. They don't know. They don't know. And we're dealing with, well, the fix is in. Would you stop with that, please? The fix is in. Because if I'm a normie and I'm reading someone go, all right, the fix is in, maybe I'm discouraged from voting. Well, that's worse than anything a machine or a Dropbox can do. Word of mouth is so powerful. So while I'm not discounting how important election integrity is, I care a lot about it, okay? We need to be smarter with how we talk about these elections. Yes, it's unfair. Yes, I understand dead people vote. Yes, I understand illegals may vote. But to sit there and go, well, the fix is in, here we go. It's so annoying now because what you're doing is you are casting so much doubt on what we know we can do. 2016 was rigged. We know 2016 was rigged. The collusion thing, all of the other instances of irregularities, and we still won. Nobody who is like, oh, it's rigged, we're not going to do it, ever has an answer to that. Well, how did we do it in 2016, right? We can be too big to rig. We can't talk ourselves out of it, though. And I see this happening so much where it's like, well, we could try, but they're just going to steal it anyway. Well, if you let them, if you go in there with that mindset, yeah, we're going to lose. Can we stop? We need to stop that. We have to have good conversations about election integrity without casting so much doubt to our own people that our votes don't matter and the fix is in, because that's going to keep people home. And then we're going to be sitting there wondering, well, how the hell did we lose this race? When Lynn Wood was down there in Georgia in the 2021 Senate runoffs, telling people, you're not going to go vote on a machine from China. Well, how the heck were the Republican candidates, Perdue and Loeffler, supposed to win if you're not going to vote? Yep. I know the machines are shady. How are they supposed to win? It's all you have. You can't score a goal if you don't shoot the puck. It's that simple. And for some reason, there's a segment of people who just don't believe. Work with the system we have, overwhelm it, become too big to rig, and we will, in a series of wins, be able to achieve the election integrity goals that we want.
Yep. Well said. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, we will continue with Biden and Trump in a couple of minutes, but let's get to some other madness here on the cut sheet. Boys, this is clip number 15. Summer travel season is obviously underway. It's been underway probably since Memorial Day, Father's Day, 4th of July. Maybe some of you coming back from the shore this morning with another day off. And this is CBS and their evening news. With the summer surge in travel underway, here are some of the items that TSA officials expect to see a high volume of banned items as travelers try to get this past security. Clip 15, watch this.
The summer travel surge means a flood of surprising airport no-goes at TSA checkpoints.
We've seen anything from chainsaws in carry-on baggage. Chainsaws, yes.
Michael Doretto is TSA's Deputy Federal Security Director for LAX in Los Angeles.
Large power tools, saws. We saw a hobby rocket, but a large rocket.
I'm just amazed that somebody could get a chainsaw into a carry-on bag.
You could say that people will try to pack the kitchen sink if they could.
This table full of things recently stopped at TSA checkpoints. A throwing star, good for a ninja, bad for a plane. So are knives, tasers, or hand grenades, replicas or not. And that is an electric sander, not a carry-on item. Every Independence Day, there's a spike in fireworks. Explosives of any kind don't fly.
It's going to slow down the efficiency of the screening process. In addition to you, it's also going to slow down every passenger behind you.
Congresswoman Victoria Spartz was cited last Friday after this unloaded handgun was spotted in her bag. TSA says more than 3,000 firearms have been stopped at checkpoints so far this year, on pace to top 2023's record of more than 6,700.
If you want to travel with a firearm, you absolutely can. You just have to check it, declare it to the airline, and properly lock it.
A samurai sword also not allowed in a carry-on. Neither was this machete stopped in New York. And in Miami, that's a bag of snakes a passenger hid in their pants.
What? Far more common than snakes on a plane, particularly in Los Angeles this time of year. Big containers of sunscreen, got to go in your checked bag or throw it out. But the most common, a bottle of water. Adriana?
We've all been there. Chris Van Cleve, thank you.
Is that a python in your pants, or are you just happy to see me? I mean, like, Dawn, Dawn, have you ever tried to get your lawnmower onto your carry-on or your tool belt?
Leave it at home. Wasn't that a movie with snakes in the plane? Wasn't that like
Yeah. Dawn, you know what the movie was called?
What?
Snakes on a Plane. Literally, that was the
Real
title.
original.
Yeah, and Samuel L. Jackson, it was a remake.
That's
He
right,
has
yes.
I'm tired of this snakes on this mother. Apparently, he was like on the verge of quitting because they were thinking of taking that line out because it was so ridiculous. And he said, I'm quitting if I don't get to say that line. That's what I heard. But yeah, snakes on a plane. You know, unfortunately, I just did this event in Washington State a week ago. My samurai sword that I had, they took it away in TSA. I didn't know what I was going to do. I could not get it through. I was like, oh, you know, I thought I could carry this on. I thought it would fit in the overhead thing too. Samurai sword. Got to be kidding me.
I travel a decent amount, and like you have to know at this point, you're not even allowed to, bring the water through until you actually get through, and then you can buy it elsewhere, or the coffee. These people trying to bring on ginsu knives and machetes and loaded handguns. My God, a chainsaw. You really thought you were going to get that through TSA? A chainsaw.
A chainsaw. That's unbelievable.
You wouldn't have gotten that through in the pre-9/11 era, much less the post era.
One time I had my, I didn't realize it was in there. And, my backpack, I take my personal item, and I had one of my fire starters, like the flint and steel, where you strike the rock against the metal and it makes a spark. I had no idea it was in there. And I'm like, what are they taking away? They pull it out. I was like, oh man, this looks really bad.
Yep.
I was like, take it, ditch it. I'll get a new one. It's fine. I don't really want it. I didn't mean to bring it. Nothing's happening here, I promise. But if they're going to take that, I mean, these questions about what's allowed on the plane, what's not allowed, we're smarter than this, right?
Yes.
I mean, I think we are.
Mm-hmm.
I think we are.
All right, let's continue on with some more madness. Clip 16, boys, as a woman claims on TikTok, and hold on to your horses for this one, white people shouldn't tan in the summer unless they're an ally of BLM.
Oh, come on.
Let me repeat that one more time. A woman claims that white people shouldn't tan in the summer unless they are a BLM ally. Clip 16. Let it rip, boys.
Hey, it's that time of year again where white people can't wait to get really tan. Y Latinos también, bronceaditos, quemaditos. If you're a white person, you can't wait to get super tan and you can't say Black Lives Matter and you're not an ally and you can't stand for your Black, brown, indigenous, people of color, friends, and family, then do everyone a favor and tanning is not for you. So, thank you.
No, thank you. White woman, liberal lady. Dawn, I was really going to adhere to your advice about SPF 50 and not getting skin cancer. But you know what? Based on what she just said, I'm going to put your advice to the side. I'm just not going to go outside because I'm a white person and I don't stand with BLM.
Got to wear the sunscreen. And for you, Nick Kayal, got to wear the hat.
I do.
These are individuals online who deserve our complete indifference.
Are they even real? Is that a genuine opinion, or is this a troll job, knowing shows like us will play that garbage? Are we the morons for playing it and taking the bait?
No, I don't think we're the morons, but I will tell you, I think it is real. I think it is.
Yeah.
I think these are people who are thinking, like, they believe what they're saying, that now getting a tan from the sun is somehow cultural. It's UV blackface now. Like, it's, this is unbelievable. I can't believe what I just heard. Right. So you mean to tell me that every white person, my wife, for example, when she goes out and tans, is tanning because she's trying to appropriate Black culture? That's what we're saying now. Right. So I guess the whole state of Florida who exists, everyone who lives in Florida, their skin looks like they just got out of a deep fryer because they're under the sun all the time. But Kenny Chesney, one of my favorite country artists, the guy is as brown as can be. He's a white guy, but he's always in the sun. So what is he? He's a racist now. He's trying to appropriate. What are we? But there are, yes, I want to say this. I think she actually believes that. I do.
Yeah.
I think she believes that, just like I think she believes Sean King, Talcum X is Black. It's unbelievable.
I haven't heard from him in a while. It's a good pull by you.
Yeah.
I haven't heard the Sean King thing since 2022.
Somebody, a friend of mine on Twitter wrote, he called him Martin Luther Cream. And I think that's the funniest thing in the world. It's great. Yeah.
All right. We have time for two more here. Let's round back a little bit to Biden and Trump. Clip 28, but this is a little bit humorous because it comes from my boy, Senator John Kennedy. Clip 28, Mr. Kennedy talking about Mr. Biden as only Mr. Kennedy can. Clip 28.
Senator Kennedy, this is a big deal that one of your Democratic colleagues, Senator Warner, is having this meeting. When Biden was asked about this, he said, that's just one senator. But it sounds like a lot of senators have concerns. And I'm wondering, you work with these senators every day. Do you think their concerns were assuaged tonight?
I'm not sure, Kaylee, that interviews like the president gave tonight matter much at this juncture. You can't make this cat walk backwards. People saw what they saw in that 90-minute debate. And I think most of them think that it's only a matter of time before President Biden stumbles again, because they understand that old age doesn't get better, it gets worse. Fairly or unfairly, I think most Americans have made up their minds. I think they have concluded that President Biden is old, that he is likely suffering from some form of neurodegenerative disease, that he's suffered from it for a while, and that the White House and many members of the media industrial complex have covered it up. And that cover-up has been toxic. In my opinion, for what it's worth, politically, I think President Biden politically is as dead as fried chicken. He can quit, but he can be replaced. Let me just finish my thought. Or he can run and lose. You can't successfully run for President of the United States when your campaign slogan is, I'm only senile some of the time, as one commentator pointed out today.
God, I love Kennedy. Let me just float out this question to both of you, because I was thinking about this. They're damned if they do, they're damned if they don't. So maybe it's a moot point. But with what we have seen and what the American public has seen for the last 11 days, is it now time for the Democrats, if Biden's not going to bail out, he's not going to quit, and Jill won't let him quit, is it time to put him in mothballs and put him in the basement like they did during COVID in 2020 and just try to mitigate their damages by not exposing him anymore? Or is it such a shattered concept at this point that no more harm can be done? And I'll even throw in a third possibility. Does any of this really matter? Because we know there are people out there that are going to vote for Joe Biden even if he's on life support at the hospital. That's the calculus right now that you have to factor in, not only with the Democrats in disarray and what their plan is, but also the stark reality as a Republican, if you are a Trump supporter, that there's just people out there that hate Trump so much, they don't care that the other guy's a vegetable. They're still going to vote for him. So I just figured I would toss that out.
Yeah, I think, honestly, I think for Biden, I think there's a tiny chance that he, unless something, and he said it himself, right? He said, but for an act of God. So if, God forbid, he became seriously ill and had to be hospitalized. But I know he's supposed to speak, I believe, this Thursday after the NATO convention as they're convening in DC starting today, I believe. And so I know his next big news conference is on Thursday. So I do think every time he's speaking, particularly outside of the realm of 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., there's always that risk because of whatever's going on with, and I think it's more than just quote unquote old age.
Yeah.
Because there are some people who are 100 years old and you see them speaking. Everybody's different, and that's part of it. It's not just the environmental causes, but also it's in all of our DNA. So sometimes even if you've taken care of yourself, I mean that's really the tragedy of dementia and dementia related illnesses and we all know it because we've seen elderly folks, grandparents, great grandparents, some of them go into their past 100 and they're sharp as a tack. Others in their 60s and 70s, all of a sudden that dementia hits, and it's more than just being a little bit forgetful. We all know that, and that's why I think there is the cringe factor to it. But for Biden, I believe in my mind, it comes down to these delegates. These delegates are meeting over the next 2 weeks, and all the politicians and pontificating. I don't think they really have the power. I think it does come down to these delegates. If they're meeting and they decide, and so that's why I think Biden's public appearances, including this Thursday, matter. Because if these delegates decide that the party, their Democrat Party's future relies on their good conscience, and they have to be conscientious, if they believe in their hearts that they need to put those, the delegates put the nomination to somebody else, that's the only way I think that he is not the next nominee to be the Democrats' choice for the White House. And at that point, it would look like he's not going to win.
Sean, final word as we wrap up here with the cut sheet.
Yeah, I think Dawn's right about the delegates. I also want to answer the question. I mean, you asked if what the Democrats should do with him. Can they hide him again? And the only way they were allowed to hide him, or they got away with hiding him in 2020, was COVID, right? The China virus. They don't want him out. It's a super spreader. They don't have that excuse this go around. Now they have the excuse that he's tired, but that doesn't look good, right? So the more you see of him, the worse it is for Biden. But if they hide him, the worse it is for Biden, because then it goes ahead and proves the point that we've been making. He's not up to the task. So I think their best path forward is to make it as easy as possible for him, if again he doesn't drop out and he is the nominee, right? Make it as easy as possible for him and just kind of hope and pray that enough cultish leftists come out and vote for him, because that's what it is. It's a cult. This vote blue no matter who is a cult, all right? No matter what the Democrats tell you to do, you're going to do it because you're a good little liberal lackey. Your lips are sewed to the rear end. It is surgically attached, and that's what you're going to do. There are people, I would vote for Joe Biden even if he was in a coma. I would vote for Joe Biden even if he lost his head. Like, there were people, these are things people say. I would never vote for the orange felon. Biden has my vote no matter what. The guy is cognitively impaired, and you're gonna do it out of blind loyalty. So there are people who call me a cultist, and I say, I'm a cultist. You're the one who has pledged blind loyalty to a man in Pampers who can't stay up past 8 p.m. Eastern time. Who's in a cult again? Donald Trump told me to take the vaccine. We should get it. Everybody should get it. It's a beautiful vaccine. I said, nah, going to pass on that. I'm not going to do it. Now, a good cultist would have lined up and gotten every single shot like lefties do. This is what's going on. The left is a cult, folks. They hate when I say that. That's why I've said it a million times. They hate when I say it's a cult, and they behave like a cult. Vote blue no matter who. Doesn't matter the policy. Doesn't matter if they hate Jews. Doesn't matter if they're going to raise your taxes. You've been told to vote blue. That's what you must do, and you're going to do it no matter who's on the ballot. Even if the presidential candidate is in a coma, you'd still vote for him. Cult. That's what it is. It's a complete and total cult. And those people are going to vote for Biden no matter what. The question is, how many of them are there, and are they enthusiastic, right? And I don't know if there's a lot of them who are still out there who would vote for this guy. He's not inspiring anybody to go out there and vote for him. So we'll see what happens. But I think the best path and course of action for the campaign, make it as easy as possible for him. and hope for the best if he's your guy, which I'm fine with rolling with. I mean, by all means.
Yep. On that note,
If I were smart, I'd say thank you and leave.
and we're going to get out of the cut sheet. We'll come back, wrap up the 8 o'clock hour with a big 3 from Dawn, and then coming up at the top of the hour, the largest mass COVID study in the world when it pertains to the success rate of all of those preventable measures that were put on you. The details of the failure when we come back at the top of the hour. Dawn's Big 3 is next. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, let me tell you about my friends with families behind the badge. Yes, once again, the Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. It's coming up Sunday, July 21st. We're just 13 days out, and you have a ton of options here. You can ride 65 miles from Philly to AC, or how about 30 miles from Hamilton, and a family-friendly celebration at the Showboat Hotel after the ride. You can even register to ride with me in Team 1210. I'm back as the captain of Team 1210. I got my bike. First practice ride is coming up Wednesday with my trainer, Dave Madden. We would love for you to join, whether you're riding or just donating to support the cause. Visit bendtoshore.org, and when you sign up with the code NIC1210, we'll take $25 off your registration fee. That's shore.org, promo code NIC1210.
Join Team Kayal and Company once again this year for the Bend to Shore Bike Tour on Sunday, July 21st. From Philly to Atlantic City, you can do the ride or just donate to support the cause. Visit bendtoshore.org. That's shore.org. Let's show everyone how WPHT and Odyssey supports law enforcement. Bend to Shore is organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. FBBCF provides financial relief for the families of fallen and injured first responders and supports the Police Youth Alliance, which fosters a positive relationship between police and youth. Sponsored by Gelman Law. Need a criminal defense attorney or personal injury? Visit GelmanLawFirm.com.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie, and one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Two legends, one can. Jack and Coke, the #1 cocktail in the world, is now available in a can. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey mixed with Coca-Cola or Coca-Cola Zero Sugar are available in a can. Is there any better time than summer grilling season for a cold Jack and Coke? Jack and Coke in a can, born for the backyard. Available at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store. Go to finewineandgoodspirits.com. Please drink responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old No. 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My name is Andy Donaldson. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since the beginning of 2014. The main reason Crash Proof is so phenomenal is there's no way that the original investment you put in is going to be any less than you started. In addition, you do get significant returns. A number of the different investment strategies that I've been involved with have given me 10 to 15% returns annually. With the Crash Proof Retirement System this year, I made almost 11.5%. It's quite a nice feeling to know that at the end of your year, whatever you've gained, the 10 or 15%, now becomes your new principal amount and you never lose it.
Learn how double-digit interest returns can be permanently compounded to your principal with no risk of loss in a legally binding, recorded financial meeting. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club, July 23rd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
For eligible individuals, 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Selects Premium Package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better. You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge. Oh, you people are wonderful. Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee. I hear better than I ever thought possible. Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to jabraenhance.com/try. That's JABRA enhance.com/try. jabraenhance.com/try.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
I knew there had to be a better way to get relief from joint pain aside from surgery and harmful medications.
That's football legend and dancing champ Emmitt Smith, who knows a thing or two about joint pain.
Turns out I was right. It's called QC Kinetics, and now tens of thousands of patients and counting all across the country, they're feeling amazing. They say, hey, Emmett, you were right.
QC Kinetics zeroed in on a technology that is revolutionizing pain treatment. They are transforming patients' lives. The largest provider of non-surgical regenerative treatments using natural healing properties to help restore and repair aching knees, hips, shoulders, and backs. Call them today for your free consultation.
QC Kinetics. I knew there had to be a better way. I love it when I'm right.
QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
Hey, if arthritic joint pain is keeping you from doing everything you love to do, especially this time of year, I'm talking about bone-on-bone pain in your knees, your hips. What about your back, your aching shoulder? There are some exciting new cellular therapies that will get you lasting relief. QC Kinetics is helping patients like you every single day. My friends at QC Kinetics, which is the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. I'm talking cutting-edge treatments which accelerate your own body's healing properties, revitalizing your joints so you can move again. They've helped so many people here and tens of thousands of people around the country. If you're living with that chronic joint pain from arthritis or maybe a past injury, okay, you need to know steroids, surgery, pain pills, they are no longer your only options, thankfully. Learn how QC Kinetics can treat the pain, enhance your joints, restore your mobility, and give you long-term relief, no downtime. The local medical professionals at QC Kinetics, they're ready to help you get your life back with regenerative, restorative, cellular treatments for those achy joints. This is the future of medicine. I hope you call now for a free consultation. Put it on the calendar, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, QC Kinetics. Will you just call them already, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Mustard. It's Kayal and Company. 8:49 as we continue. Live here on a Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Sean, Phil, and Henry here as well. Stalker off again this week. He'll be back next Monday. If you want to jump in, you can certainly do so. 855-839-1210. 1210, the phone number. We're going to get to Dawn's Big Three as well as a couple of stories in the world of COVID, and that'll be coming up in just a couple of minutes. But let's wrap up the 8 o'clock hour with a couple of your phone calls here. We've got Arlene, who is in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Arlene, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
We are well. What's going on, Arlene?
Okay, I wanted to respond to what Sean was saying about the people out there who say, what's the sense of voting? It's all rigged. I would personally, I would respond to them and say, if you think the system is rigged, get out there and do something about it. There is in New Jersey, there's a lot of organizations, actually. I belong to one that's called Citizens for New Jersey Election Integrity. We're working to not only clean up the voter rolls, but making sure that in all the counties you have Republican poll workers, which are very lacking, that we have Republican challengers. A lot, you know what? You think it's rigged? Become a challenger. Okay, challengers can actually be at the Board of Election every time they are counting ballots. That is part of New Jersey law. You can be there, you can watch it, you can challenge anything that you think is wrong. That would be my response. Get out there and get involved.
Yeah, I agree, Arlene. And I think Laura Trump has said that they're hoping to reach, I think, 100,000 poll watchers this November, which is going to be very, very important. And I hope they achieve and hit that quota. And Sean, when you were talking about that earlier about, well, my vote doesn't matter, it's not going to count, that whole defeated mindset, I was actually going to mention one of my best friends, his name is Barry. He's never voted Republican in his life, and I don't even know that he's ever voted, to be honest, at all. And over the last 4 years, he's become a big Trump fan. And I'm like, well, you're going to make sure you're going to get out there and get registered, vote the whole bit. And he's like, why? It's not going to matter anyway. Why? It's not going to. And I'm like, dude, you can't have that mindset. You just can't have it. And it goes to what you're talking about a half hour ago.
Yeah, and I wanted to say to Arlene, thank you for joining that group. Thank you for doing something about an issue that you are passionate about, right? Because if you don't take the initiative and all you do is write the posts about machines and I want paper ballots and we need voter ID, but we're not out there drafting policy or working with groups, right? Arlene's involved in a group. There are groups all over the place that are focused on election integrity. That's where it gets done. Get in those groups, meet people, network. Maybe you're at maybe one of the leaders of those groups is somebody who you think maybe would run for office, maybe not even congressman or commissioner, but somebody to get on your board of elections. There are so many different ways to go about making an actual difference other than just throwing in the towel. And I understand 2020 was hard. It was hard for me too. It was hard for all of us. But the way to overcome that is not to look back at it and go, well, they stole it then. They're just going to do it again now. So, what are we going to do? No, the way to come up to overcome that is to say, okay, we saw the challenge. We know what they were capable of. We need to be capable of more. We need to work harder. And I want to say a huge heartfelt thank you to Arlene for getting involved in these grassroots organizations and these efforts to actually fix the problem and not just point it out. Because I could tell you your tire's flat all day.
Yep.
But can I change it is the question.
Yep. 855-839-1210. We appreciate the call, Arlene. We'll come back. We'll kick off the 9 o'clock hour. Dawn will have some news in her big three. And then the major COVID measurement study. Were any of these measures effective? I've got the data right in front of me, and we will share that with you when we come back. Kayal and Company, 9 o'clock hour is next here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, let me tell you about my friends, the Piazza Auto Group. Piazza Mazda specifically, just about 2.5 months ago, stopped out to Piazza Mazda in Westchester to check out their new models and their new 2024 line. I'm telling you right now, the Mazda CX-30, you want to talk bang for your buck? What an awesome vehicle. The dynamic CX-30 offers 8 different trim levels, which creates a perfect fit for every lifestyle. When it comes to performance, iActive all-wheel drive is standard, and available turbocharged engine that packs a surprising punch. And safety features such as blind spot monitoring have led to a 5-star overall safety rating. Visit Piazza Mazda in Westchester, Reading, or online at piazzamazda.com and tell them Nick sent you.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251.
Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
The wait is over. Dell Technologies Black Friday and July deals are live. Check out incredible savings on select laptops and more, like the XPS 15, powered by Intel Core processors. The XPS 15 brings you the perfect balance of power and portability, plus stellar visuals and immersive sound. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics, plus free shipping on everything. Don't miss out on Black Friday and July savings at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local Lennox dealers. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family-owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
For eligible individuals, 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Selects Premium Package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better.
You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge.
Oh, you people are wonderful.
Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee.
I hear better than I ever thought possible.
Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to JabraEnhance.com/try. That's JABRA Enhance.com/try. JabraEnhance.com/try.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Was just down the shore with my kids making summer memories. It's so much fun. Please, if a summer vacation seems unaffordable this year, don't give it up. Book a stay at the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. They make getting away affordable and possible. They give you those summer memories. Book a July midweek stay and you will receive resort credits. The longer you stay, the more you get in resort credits. Stay 3 nights, get $60 a night in resort credits. Stay 5 nights, get $70 a night. Stay 7 nights, get $80 a night in resort credits, and you can use them for food and beverages. You can use them to take your family on a whale-watching boat cruise, pool bar, beach concession stand. It's up to you. And here's the best part. They offer guest rooms, suites, and townhouses equipped with a kitchenette, so it's like renting a shore home, but with all the amenities and conveniences of a full-service resort. Skip packing the sheets and towels, but enjoy the conveniences of a private kitchenette, an outdoor pool, and an indoor pool. Book direct with them for the best rates and to get your resort credits. Offers good till July 18th, so book your stay today. They will sell out. 800-257-8550 or visit them at grandhotelcapemay.com.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating.
Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Slim down this summer with NJ Diet. You will lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's faster and safer than weight loss injections. Lose those extra pounds the safe and natural way without any shots. Get started at njdiet.com.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
.902, it is Kayal and Company, fourth and final hour underway here on this Monday morning, July 8th. Hopefully all of you had a great weekend. Nick, Dawn, and Sean as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210. Morning mystery movie clip in less than 20 minutes. We've got What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 coming up, and also we'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show later this morning and today in music history. A couple of big stories to get to as well coming up this hour. But before we get to that, let's get to some of the other stories that are out there in the world of news. It's time for a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 at 9 as, yes, we face another heat wave today, and we're all in the grip of that. Philadelphia facing the second heat wave through Wednesday. This heat in the mid-90s is nothing compared to Death Valley, which reached 128 degrees over the weekend, breaking the daily record of 127, which was set back on July 6, 2007. A high temp of 128 recorded Saturday and Sunday at Death Valley National Park. This is Eastern California, where one visitor actually died from heat exposure over the weekend, another one hospitalized. And this prompted authorities there to put out some advisories saying they don't advise that you ride a motorcycle through Death Valley. These two motorcyclists were out there and obviously no reprieve from the heat. One of them tragically dying, but there were many others riding a motorcycle. They're saying, please don't do that. We do have record. It's hot. It's the summer.
But it's a dry heat, though, right?
Oh, my gosh.
I always love that. Oh, it's hot out, but it's a dry heat.
It's a dry heat.
Okay.
As if that makes any difference. It's still hot.
Yes.
That's the point.
And you will melt.
100's 100.
Yeesh. Or 130 is 130, right?
Yep.
It's dry.
Yeah, but it's dry. Speaking of all the weather, by the way, Hurricane Beryl strengthening, became a hurricane again late yesterday, and then made landfall early this morning, just a few hours ago, over the central Texas coast. And so this from the National Hurricane Center, which is tracking this, saying that it's moving inland over eastern Texas, bringing, quote, life-threatening storm surges and heavy rainfall. They're being pummeled right now in Texas, damaging winds along the coast with strong winds moving inland. So the top sustained winds, 80 miles an hour as it moved north into Texas there, into the, like I say, the eastern region of Texas. So I don't have word of the damage yet. I mean, obviously, it's still moving through. Will President Joe Biden? Oftentimes, we see presidents, they'll visit a hurricane-ravaged area. I don't know if there are any. I don't see any statements from the White House at this point.
Yeah. Normally, you think about hurricane season, and it's August, it's Labor Day, it's well into September. Now we have one in early July. My subscription to Climate Nut Jobs Weekly expired. Are the climate people having a freak out over this?
Yeah.
I figured they would be.
Every time there's weather, even if it's heat in the summer, cold in the winter, they're like, it's climate change. I'm like, right, because it's never been cold in the winter before or hot in the summer before.
Right.
We've never had an active hurricane season during a La Nina year before, I guess, ever in terms of weather. It was great. People said Hurricane Sandy, the storm that we talked about a lot last week, was as once in a lifetime. We've never seen anything like it. At 1991, the perfect storm. It was the exact same setup. It just instead it impacted Nova Scotia. So the American climate nuts didn't care because it didn't hit them in their backyard.
Yep.
This is what we see every time. Even if it's expected, look, if it's 40 degrees, in July, if it's 110 degrees in January, hey, we may be able to have a conversation. But if you're going to act all surprised when it's hot in the summer, cold in the winter, and hurricanes happen during hurricane season, I'm sorry, I just can't take you seriously. And everyone flipped out when Beryl hit Category 4, Category 5. We never see it made landfall as a Category 1 or 2. And that's not to downplay what it's doing, but come on, guys. It's hurricanes during hurricane season. It happens. This is not abnormal.
As our boy Tony Bruno would say.
We don't care about the climate.
Bruno will join us Wednesday at 8:30.
Clean air, clean water.
There we go.
Well, speaking of the climate, let's talk about the climate of politics and maybe a storm of his own. Jersey politics. The federal corruption trial of longtime Senator Bob Menendez is in its final days. Senator Menendez says he expects the jury to find him not guilty this week. The 70-year-old charged with accepting hundreds of thousands of dollars in gold bars and cash in exchange for, allegedly, using his influence to deliver favors to 3 New Jersey businessmen. Throughout the trial, I'll point out Menendez has made on-camera statements in Spanish, with the exception of one statement late last week when he said he looked forward to his lawyer's summation today. The trial of his wife, Nadine, has been delayed as she's been battling breast cancer. There's a final witness set to testify this morning before the prosecution rests its case, and then closing arguments are set to begin this afternoon. As far as the political side of things, Senator Menendez, as you know, running as an independent to keep his job or be able to fundraise and pay off legal bills, perhaps. But he's running against his fellow Democrat and Representative Andy Kim and businessman Curtis Bashaw, who's a newcomer to politics, running as a pro-choice, pro-business, pro-parental rights Republican. Bashaw just announcing in January, by the way. And so this independent outsider, how well will he do depending on the polls? I mean, everybody expects that Andy Kim, who's a popular Democrat, and this is a tough district, though, because it's Bergen County, which is mostly Republican. So we'll see how this one fleshes out. But
A Democrat allegedly profiting from influence peddling. Where have I heard those talking points and headlines from?
You brought up a good point. I think he has to change his last name to Biden before the jury comes back, and then they'll say not guilty.
There you go.
So we'll be watching that one very carefully once it goes to the jury. And number 3, I saw this one in the Daily Mail today. Got to call it out. This is MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene, making some headlines. Georgia Congresswoman and, of course, Trump ally Marjorie Taylor Greene. Well, over the weekend, she was naming, she was talking about 4th of July, the Declaration of Independence. Unfortunately, she named individuals who did not actually sign the Declaration of Independence.
Oh, no.
So they're all going after her.
Marge.
Yeah.
Come on, Marge. I've got a Marge on my board here, by the way.
Commission of indictable crimes and the abuse of power.
Indictable. Never forget
Not
that.
indictable. So Thomas Jefferson, John Hancock, James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, James Monroe, Aaron Burr, Paul Revere, she named, as well as George Washington. So she added, some of the names that did not actually sign.
Okay.
But obviously people who, had a major role in our independence, but didn't necessarily sign the that particular document.
Yeah, she might have known that if she wasn't videotaping herself doing power cleans in a garage. But,
yeah,
you do you, Marge.
Yeah.
My. So here's the thing. I would just say she needs to come here because we do have our National Constitution Center. And you know what I mean? Like she should come here and we'll give her the tour.
Yeah.
We love the locally. It's not too far from where we're broadcasting from. And, this is who signed the Declaration, that's different from maybe those who were involved in other important documents like the Bill of Rights, right, that Madison was involved in.
Sure.
But, yeah, they're calling her out saying, Marjorie, what about Paul Bunyan? You forgot him.
Paul Bunyan.
I know.
And his ox. Well, Marjorie's a very fit lady. Maybe she'll come to Philadelphia and she'll do the bike ride with us in 13 days.
And you're right. Here's the thing. She looks very tan and very extremely fit and all dressed in her red, white, and blue. But maybe, maybe not naming names or something. She was trying to name their average ages and they were, people were having a field. She was triggering all the liberals and she still has not deleted this.
No. Who's older, Paul Bunyan or Joe Biden? Poll question.
I think Joe Biden spoke to Paul Bunyan when he was born,
Right,
actually.
right.
He'll probably come out with that story today.
Yes, he did.
Right? Because it's always a new thing.
Yeah.
He actually just tweeted not too long ago and said, the middle class built this country like the people I grew up with in Scranton, Pennsylvania. So I replied and said, yeah, all those synagogues in the Puerto Rican communities and black churches in Scranton, PA. You definitely grew up there, Joe.
Yeah.
Great job.
Well, Paul Bunyan and Uncle Bosie were tight. Yeah, they were boys.
Oh, God.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they weren't using the buddy system. They weren't traveling together when Uncle Bosie got eaten by cannibals.
Correct.
Apparently, which we've debunked. We said it wasn't Uncle Bosie. He wasn't eaten by cannibals. He was just eaten by either one of these three: Chris Christie, Stacey Abrams, or Rosie O'Donnell. One of those three ate Uncle Bosie. I'm 100% sure.
It's a sin.
Yeah.
Sloppy Chris Christie.
Eek. Yeah, and by the way, I think that they moved. He was pretty young yet when they moved to Delaware. Wasn't he like third or fourth grade? Like he was pretty young. Yeah.
Yeah.
He says he grew up in Scranton.
He drove the moving truck, by the way.
Yeah, he drove the U-Haul like me from Tennessee.
Yeah.
Through the mountains.
When he was like 10 years old.
That's right.
That is your big three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. So this is a great breakdown. I want to read some of this for you guys. Courtesy of Outkick, Ian Miller has covered the whole COVID category for many years now, writing about it extensively. And a new study published in Science magazine was released in June, attempting to study the impact of a broad range of COVID policies from an enormous variety of countries. And they look at mask mandates, vaccine passports, lockdowns, business closures, capacity restrictions, curfews, closed schools, and other different restrictions that were infringed upon our rights here in this country and around the globe. And according to the survey and the results, here's a couple of excerpts. Quote, government responses to COVID-19 are among the most globally impactful events of the 21st century. The extent to which responses, such as school closures, were associated with changes in COVID-19 outcomes remains unsettled, the study reads. Essentially, the researchers used a multiverse analysis to offer a systematic approach to testing a large range of models. And here is what they found. They examined 4 outcomes to determine whether these policies had been successful when it comes to cases, infections, COVID-19 deaths, and all-cause excess deaths. The data was then incorporated into nearly 100,000 analytic models to attempt to find a comprehensive, conclusive answer to the all-important question: did what we do actually make any difference? Spoiler alert, it sure did not. While some of the models suggested that these mandates were, quote, helpful, the preponderance of results show there were no associations between policies and outcomes whatsoever. They go on to say in this, you can read this, it's in Science Magazine. I believe it's their digital version on their website. Of the nearly 100,000 simulations run, 58% of the model returns came to the conclusion that individual policies and mandates had been, quote, unhelpful in reducing any of the studied outcomes, cases, COVID-related deaths, or excess deaths. Amongst the most commonly unhelpful to outcomes were the following: access to testing, school closures, masking policies, and vaccine availability. And among the most commonly unhelpful and significant were government response, stringency indexes, and workplace closures. In summation, it's quite literally a complete and thorough dismantling of the entire public health profession. So when we're here in July of 2024 and you go to your grocery store and you see somebody out there still crazy in La La Land wearing a mask or putting it over their chin, or they have them hanging from their rearview mirrors in their car like they're air fresheners, and all the other stupidity, and we were mocked, we were ridiculed. I pretty much have come to the conclusion that I know the apologies are about to start coming our way. I know that they will not do this again in the future because these failed measures, they did not work. And I'm quite sure that, once we get past some of this Joe Biden stuff, the networks like CNN and MSNBC and ABC News, they'll break in with live programming and, reveal the results of one of these massive studies that show. And what drives me nuts about this, Dawn and John, is, when you said to somebody on social media, oh, it's cosmetic theater, it's virtue signaling. You were ridiculed anti-science. You didn't believe in protecting your neighbor and your friend and your family and your loved one. Or maybe it's just another straw in the cap of Republican. And it's crazy that you have to go Republican versus Democrat when it comes to like a public health thing. But those of us on the right side of the spectrum look like we're on the right side of the facts. And this is going to keep coming out. And Dawn, I know you've said this in the past. We're not going to really know the true impact of this for 5-10 more years. We're going to see all these other studies with kids falling behind. But can they just take a moment to break into programming, or at least cover it in the C block of a telecast? Because these things are important. Because in my opinion, these same nut jobs are going to run the same playbook back again, not if, but when the next pandemic does occur. And I hope, God willing, I'm dead when the next one happens, because I'm not going through any of these policies again.
Yeah. I think there's a reason that they don't want to cover this, because the media is and was complicit. And what happened in places like we've seen here on the East Coast, Philadelphia had some of the strictest mandates in the nation. People lost businesses, and we don't even talk about the issue of the nursing homes. And that was Dr. Rachel Levine, formerly Dr. Richard Levine, who's a Harvard graduate. As Richard Levine, graduated Harvard, was a medical doctor, had his wife and children at the time, and then later in life chose a transition, if you will, and is now a biggity big in the Biden administration, an admiral. But that to me is abhorrent, that we're not privy to all of the information as to what they knew and when. Remember, Dr. Levine at the time was accused of knowing the information of forcing nursing homes with the most vulnerable patients to be taken, right? But at the same time, we learned Dr. Levine's own mother was moved out before that took place into a hotel. And Dr. Levine said, oh, well, my mother wished for this, and we were just granting, just coincidentally, granting the wish of the 90-some-year-old mom who, thank God, survived COVID, probably because mom was moved to a hotel. but not everybody was privy to that.
Right.
And we had some of the highest death rates here in Pennsylvania as well as New Jersey. Thousands of people died. And the insult to injury, and I know I have friends and family, you know, you couldn't even visit. You couldn't even visit these people.
Yeah.
I mean, it was tragic. Where's the investigation into that? And so, you know, you look at like J6, and every week, even last week, we were talking about more J6 individuals who are accused of nothing violent. They're still being hunted down. Where's the investigation? Where's the committee looking into COVID-19? What did they know and when? And if they knew these things, why in God's name did they implement deadly policies?
Mm-hmm. You're right. Sean, your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I can't speak on their motive, you know, why they did it, other than they were trying to create something that looked really bad ahead of the election. That's the only thing I can think of. There's no way that you can claim, well, we didn't know it was going to take this toll on the elderly population, because you did know, because you know that if you are in a nursing home, you're older, you know, you're up there in age, your immune system may be compromised. You know, you're on the back nine, so to speak, not to make light of it, but you're, you know, this is the later stages of your life where you are more susceptible to these types of diseases. Moreover, we also knew that children were the most resistant to the most serious cases of COVID-19. And yet we took all of these preventative measures unnecessarily to slap a mask on the faces of all of the students in this country. And we sent sick patients into nursing homes with the most vulnerable members of society in this country during that, all while telling Americans to follow the science. What science were they following? They weren't following anything. Cuomo did it. Whitmer did it. It happened all over this. Cuomo was the first one to start doing it.
Yep.
He was, remember, Fauci called him the gold standard in in his COVID response. Now we're finding out that it was all nonsense. I remember last summer they were like, is there going to be COVID pandemic amnesty? You know, those of us who said to wear the mask or social distance, now we realize we were wrong. You know, welcome us back. No, I have no interest in extending the olive branch and welcoming you back, because when we respectfully ask questions, say, hey, do you have any studies? I mean, yes, of course we have studies that masks work. Fauci said so. Now listen to the experts. Don't ask questions and follow the rules. Well, I can't ask an expert to demonstrate his or her expertise about an issue that is very important at the time. I'm just supposed to, you know, just blindly follow somebody who hasn't treated a medical patient in 20 to 30 years, Anthony Fauci, right? I'm supposed to follow that guy's advice? No, thank you. So now we're finding out that all of this stuff is garbage. We've known it was all garbage, but now it's becoming mainstream, but it's 4 years down the road. So it's the right time for it to be mainstream, because there are other things that are more important. And so, you know, you can look at it, go, see, look, we told you they were wrong about COVID. And the general response is going to be, all right, yeah, that was then. But right now I'm worried about whatever the issue is. And that's what they always do. They will go out, they will jam their agenda down your throat, right? Look at affirmative action. They'll jam it down your throat. Then it'll get overturned. And it's like, see, we told you were wrong. Yeah, but that doesn't matter because abortion's on the ballot or whatever it is. And they'll just gloss right over it because those who are complicit don't want to be held accountable.
Yep. I'm glad you said 4 years down the road, because yesterday, Matt Visor tweeted the following, quote, yesterday, the second gentleman, which is Doug Emhoff, Kamala Harris's husband, tested positive for COVID-19 after experiencing mild symptoms. He is fully vaccinated and 3 times boosted. The vice president, Kamala Harris, has tested negative. 4 years later, we still have people, even in high positions, going to social media. Yeah, I tested positive, but I'm grateful to be vaxxed and quadruple boosted, and I've got mild symptoms. Okay, so you have a cold. Do we need to alert the public? Just stay in
Listen,
your
as long
stay
as,
in bed
as long
till you
as he
feel
doesn't have
better.
jet lag, as long as he doesn't have jet lag and a cold, because that creates a whole disaster, right?
Yeah.
There was Senator Dick Durbin, I think.
Love Dick.
He tweeted both times. He got COVID twice, right? So he's vaccinated. You weren't even supposed to get it once, but he was vaccinated, got it twice. I don't know how that happened. Must be one of those breakthrough cases. But he tweeted the same thing both times. I am vaccinated and boosted. I have elicited, they literally word for word, the exact same tweet. within 6 months of each other. This to show you how much of a facade it is. It's so stupid.
Yep.
If you want to get the vaccine, get it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
I'm not going to tell you anything. I'm not going to tell you to or not to. I'm just going to say it should be your choice.
Right.
You don't force it on anybody.
That's correct.
Especially with what we know about it now, where it could be causing a lot of problems.
Indeed.
Therapeutics, and they just updated this June 25th, Paxlovid continues to be effective against emerging SARS, COVID. So they're talking about the therapy. I keep hearing that from people that if you do take a home test, if you have one, that if you take the Paxlovid or some of these therapeutics immediately, then it basically wipes it out.
Yeah. It's like taking a Zicam when you start to get a cold. Pop them.
Yeah.
The shame of it is, after they did all of this, and you think of all the businesses that shut down, in our region and across the country, but especially in the tough places like Philadelphia or along the East Coast, is people were damaged.
Yep.
Either you were physically damaged, children obviously with the loss of learning, with also the psychological effect of it, with kids being depressed and the mental health aspect of it. But you think of this, where do people get that back?
Right.
Where does anybody acknowledge the damage that they caused?
Yeah.
And I would say another damage.
Where are my COVID reparations, right?
But
yeah.
But seriously, everybody was, unless you were in like Florida, as soon as they knew things. And so how did they know in Florida? Who were they listening to? And it does feel political.
Yeah. I lived it in Tennessee. Red states had far more freedom to do what you wanted to do during COVID than blue states. We all realize that. All right, we're a little bit late. Let's get to it really quickly here. It's time for the Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I just did my job. You're the one with the pathetic life.
Go ahead and shoot, damn it.
They can't see inside. If they fire, you'll be hit.
I want you to thank me first, Frank.
Shut up and shoot.
All right, Frank.
All right, Frank.
Shooters, stand by to fire. Wait for my command.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, how about this prize today? A pair of tickets to see Disney's Aladdin in concert with the Philadelphia Orchestra. It's coming up on Saturday, July 27th at the TD Pavilion at the Mann Center for the Performing Arts. For more information and tickets, visit mancenter.org. That's man with two N's, center.org. But we've got a pair of tickets for you right now if you are caller 12 at 855-839-1210. See if we get our winner on the other side. And then what's on the cut sheet part due, and what was going on in Nashville, Tennessee over the last couple of days on the Patriot front. Kayal Company as we continue next.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Summer is here, which means pool days, beach trips, and yeah, you guessed it, traffic jams. Oh yeah, and heat waves. Don't let summer catch you by surprise. Get the local news you need, no matter what you're up to, with the free Odyssey app. And never miss a beat with alerts on breaking stories sent directly to your phone. Listen today on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at HIMSS, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Crash-proof consumer Joe Doherty of Maple Shade, New Jersey, has true security in retirement.
The main foundation of Crash Proof is that you maintain your capital investment. It's not prone to the vagaries of the market. You know that whether we have 2 crashes, 6 crashes, no matter how long you live, you know that your principal is safe and guaranteed. Anyone that has any doubts about whether their investments are going to fall or dip down and the troughs and the crashes and all the other vagaries of the market, I just recommend highly Crash Proof Retirement. Protect your capital, protect your investment.
Only Crash Proof Retirement can guarantee peace of mind in a legally binding, recorded financial meeting. Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event at Downingtown Country Club on Tuesday, July 23rd. The event is followed by complimentary dinner. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navien's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
We're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that our daughters have what they need to grow and learn. But that isn't the case for nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. that struggle with hunger.
Childhood hunger is a heartbreaking reality that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and provides it to families and children in need.
You can help kids in need in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jason Williams. It was a rainy day, and I'd gotten hit from behind by a lady that was doing somewhere over 100 miles an hour is what they were saying. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Everybody that I talked to kept saying the same name, which was Morgan & Morgan. I was on hold for maybe 15 seconds. When they come back and said, Jason, we will absolutely take your case. As a non-tech savvy guy, any question that I had, if I called, text, or emailed, they got right back to me. They made it as easy for me as it could have been.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Yeah, if you're tired of your old kitchen or bathroom, it's feeling a bit outdated, you need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity, and what about a tub shower conversion? You're going to love that new bathroom. Plus, Kitchen Magic always offers an industry-leading warranty. Right now, Kitchen Magic is offering something very special. 30% off select door styles and colors. You want to visit kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Free speech lives here with Dawn Stensland weekdays 10 till noon. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 9:33. Welcome back in. Monday morning, Nick, Dawn, and Sean. We're going to get to the cut sheet part 2 coming up in just a matter of moments. Also, what's on tap for the Dawn Show and what occurred today in music history. But first, A little movie trivia time as we've got Frank. He's down in Long Beach Island. He's got our movie clip identified correctly this morning. Frank, good morning. How are you, sir? And what movie clip did we just play for you a few moments ago?
Good morning. Great show.
Thank you.
In the Line of Fire with Clint Eastwood and John Malkovich.
That is correct. Congratulations, sir. You've got the tickets to see Disney's Aladdin in concert with the Philadelphia Orchestra coming up Saturday, July 27th.
All right. Very good. Excellent. Keep up the good work.
All right. You got it, Frank. Thank you so much for playing and certainly for listening. Disney's Aladdin. My girls like Aladdin. See if I can scoop up a pair on the side. Go down the hallway and pester people. Anybody got any spare tickets down here? Come on, I know we got tickets.
I want to look like Jasmine.
Yeah. All right, let's get to it. 9:35. We still have a lot of good audio to get to. It's time for What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2. Part 2. Part 2. Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. All right, what's on the cut sheet, part 2? Well, we're going to head down to Nashville, Tennessee, where Mr. Sean Ferris resides. And, boys, this will be clip 36. We have seen these marches, these organized protests. Every couple of months, they always pop up. And it's interesting. They all look the same. They're all physically fit. They're all in uniform, and they're all kind of covering their true identity. And I also think they show up in, like, rented U-Haul trucks. Very odd. Clip 36, the Patriot Front was in action in Nashville, Tennessee over the last couple of days. And the question is, are they feds? And why does nobody ever seem to try to find out who these individuals really are? Clip 36, watch this. Know that bridge quite well, going across from the sporting complex into Broadway. Sean Ferris, I'm sure you've probably seen that bridge or maybe walked it yourself. I don't know, feds, liberals, Antifa, it just seems to me, because it's always like, well, these are those right-wing MAGA Republicans. You ever notice MAGA Republicans, they show their face with pride? They don't conceal their identity. Doesn't this thing just kind of stink a little bit?
It stinks. It stinks real bad, actually. And you know, it's funny. I've organized many grassroots rallies and events before when I was on Long Island. And first of all, nobody shows up in uniform. That's number one. And we always seem to have been greeted by at least a few counter protesters. How come they never seem to be wherever these guys are? We hear about they're a white supremacist group and these nationalists and horrible people. And this is the alt-right extremism that we're supposed to be fighting against. And yet nothing happens. There's no, like, Antifa's nowhere to be found. You mean to tell me that's the only group that Antifa can't seem to organize a counter protest to? Or are we dealing with people who are one and the same? The other thing is, you know, I don't think it's legal to pack human beings into a U-Haul. I'm pretty sure that's a crime. How come we're not hearing about any charges being filed or investigations into the fact that it looks like these dudes drove to whatever location they were at in a U-Haul? Is it, you know, are they protected? Are they not looking into it? Like, why are we not, you know, you would think this is an easy target. You have a picture of these men coming out of a U-Haul. You know, that's not legal. They're supposed to be this dangerous threat to our country, white supremacists, etc. The media, you know, should be drooling over a story like this. It's a big, juicy story about, you know, the Confederate flag, and it's in Tennessee, and, you know, the streets of Nashville. And yet we don't have any questions being asked about this group. We don't have any investigations into this group. So, you know, they're kind of like, it's like the Ray Epps training class. Like, we don't ask questions about Patriot Front. Anybody else we can ask questions about. We don't ask questions about Patriot Front. So who are they? I don't know, but I do not think they're people like us.
You know, I'm a U-Haul expert. As a man who has driven a U-Haul, a 26-foot box truck from U-Haul, from Nashville back to Philadelphia in 15 hours, I may add, with minimal stops along the way. To get a U-Haul truck, well, you need a license, you need identification, you need insurance. So it's amazing to me you can track down a grandmother from January 6th three and a half years later that didn't do anything wrong. And these people, whoever they might be, whatever their cause might be, are not doing anything illegal in that video. But yet you can't find out who these people are if, in fact, they are, as Sean Farish would say, some bad hombres. It's amazing. It's like radio silence, and the only thing you see is these videos get posted on social media, but the mainstream media doesn't seem interested in covering it, which you'd think they would, because any chance they have a chance to hammer home MAGA Republican extremism, they bang that drum all day long. Fascinating, isn't it? Yep.
It's crazy.
Let's get to clip 39. This is great. It's going to be a big week, obviously, for Democrats, Joe Biden, and, the swap watch that we are on, but also for Donald Trump. Trump's going to be on Hannity tonight. Trump will be at Doral tomorrow in Miami, or the Miami adjacent area, for a big rally. And Marco Rubio will be on stage, I would imagine, and there's going to be more speculation about Rubio for Veep. Here's clip 39, Marco Rubio talking about Trump as president, and he just doesn't seem to recall any of the weaponized DOJ stuff that Kamala Harris and Democrats are accusing Trump of if he gets back in for a second term. Clip 39, Marco Rubio.
Well, first of all, I'm uncomfortable with the fact now that we have a president who targets political opponents. That's what's happened under Joe Biden. Everybody, when Donald Trump was president, I can't think of a single prominent Democrat who was chased around, persecuted, prosecuted. It's funny to me to read these people and hear these people out there warning about all the horrible things they ridiculously claim Donald Trump is going to do if he becomes president again. They're the ones that have been going after their political opponents. Donald Trump has been the one that's been very clear that his vengeance is going to be by winning and making America great again, not going after his political opponents. He said that in your debate.
And he has said he's literally not going to have time to get petty and go after those who went after him. Because what's interesting in life is it takes a lot of time to fix something that's broken and build something back up. But you can destroy something very quickly. Like, it takes a long time to build up wealth, right? But you can just flush it all away with one bad investment or gambling on something. So Trump's not going to have time. Like, even if Trump wins, which at this moment I do think he will win, he's not going to be able to fix Biden's mess. I mean, there's only so many executive orders that you can issue in your first 90 days and this, that, and the other thing. Like, this is going to take some time. It's not like we're going to get to Memorial Day of 2025 and the economy is going to look like it did in 2017 or 2018. So Rubio's dead right. Like, Trump doesn't have time. He only has 4 years, and it's going to take some time.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, and I think Trump is teasing he knows that the Veep stakes for Trump are, especially for conservatives, but also for liberals, everybody's having fun with the guessing game.
Mm-hmm.
I know that all the reports are this week, but why wouldn't he wait until the convention next week?
I think he's
to unveil it.
I think Rubio's nothing more than a tease for tomorrow's rally, because it'll be in his own backyard. I don't think Rubio's the front runner. Sean, are you still of the belief that Vance is the top guy?
I think right now, Polymarket's got it at has Burgum as the favorite, but he's slowly losing steam. I want it to be J.D. Vance. I don't know if it's going to be J.D. Vance. And there were rumors that were swirling over the weekend because Donald Trump just followed Ben Carson on Truth Social. And he's the only VP candidate that Donald Trump follows on that platform. Now, I'm not sure if all of them are on that platform, but it may be Ben Carson. So who knows? Now, I would rather it be a guy like Carson than a guy like Burgum, because apparently Burgum, former Microsoft employee, close relationship with Bill Gates, some shady transactions conducted with China and North Dakota, 300 acres of farmland or something like that sold to the Chinese Communist Party around our military bases when he was governor. It kind of gives me cold feet with him. Everyone's like, oh, he's so loyal to Donald Trump. Yeah, I don't know. I'm getting wolf in sheep's clothing vibes from Burgum. I like Vance. And honestly, I'd be more okay with Carson, because at least we know Carson, he's extremely smart. I don't care about his delivery. He's extremely smart and very loyal to Trump. Yeah. So we'll see what it winds up being. My choice is Vance. I hope it's Vance. If it's Carson, I'm okay. If it's Burgum, I'm kind of scared.
Okay. Let's wrap it up with a little bit of fun. We've had some, very hilarious comedians on this show in the past. Jimmy Fallon is unbelievable. We had Jim Brewer on about a year ago, former SNL cast member. Well, David Spade and Dana Carvey do a podcast, and they love to get into politics and imitate and mock the Bidens. Clip 44, boys. We'll wrap with this. David Spade and Dana Carvey on Jill and Joe Biden. Clip 44. Let it rip.
She's a doctor, but people are like, it's kind of like how Dr. Pepper is a doctor, where you don't really know what kind of doctor.
Did you get that picture of Jill on Vogue magazine? If you don't worry about it.
Oh, I'll get it in my mailbox in a minute.
You did great, Joey.
You answered every question.
She's all about the 2 shots, by the way. She runs up there and gets in that shot.
You did great, Joey. Joey, you answered every question. Oh, you're tremendous.
High fives all around.
It made me think that he's not going to step down if he hasn't right before we started doing this podcast, because she's like, we're going to go, Joe. What if he kind of in a moment said, well, maybe I should step down. And then she would go, that's not going to happen. Not on my watch, you little bitch.
On a serious note, Sean Ferris, we'll wrap with this. Are you and I out of line by thinking that Dr. Jill is very, very diabolical? Like, if aren't, and Dawn, I want to get your thoughts as well as a wife. Like, if your husband's 81 and can't perform the functions of the job, like, let's just say, like, remove the presidency for a moment, and you're sitting there and you're making your husband, who's clearly out on his feet, literally and figuratively, continue to truck forward in a very lucrative position. Doesn't that make you less of a, caring, loving, and understandable spouse and human being? Like, does she need the power in the limelight that much that she's basically going to keep making sure that Joe doesn't tap out?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think what you're dealing with is, Jill Biden is not in love with Joe Biden. Jill Biden is in love with what Joe Biden has access to. And Jill Biden is in love with how Joe Biden can elevate the platform of Jill Biden. She is, you want to say diabolical? I don't know how she feels about the country. She may not even care about America. I think she just wants to be in that position of power. She wants the nameplate. She wants the title. She wants the recognition. She wants the limelight. I don't know if she's an evil genius or not. What I can tell you is that she is addicted to being the first lady of the United States. She will not let her husband. Her husband could be dead. In a wheelchair. People, we've seen it. We've seen the comments today in the YouTube show. I'll vote for him even if he can't, blah, 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 blah. She knows that. Mm-hmm. She knows there's a group of people who will vote for whoever the cultist Democrats put on the ballot, right? She's addicted to the power. That's what she's addicted to. She has no love for Joe Biden. You got to be, you answered she made him look like a fool, like a kindergarten teacher. Oh, good job. You ate every one of your gummy bears. Like, that's what she did. And she doesn't care about Joe Biden. If she cared at an ounce, she would say, you know what? We're going to let Joe retire, spend the rest of his life with family. We feel very comfortable giving the rest of the administration, the rest of the time to Kamala Harris. She served as a great vice president, and gracefully bow out, and she won't do it.
Yeah.
She won't do it.
I don't know. I have to ask my husband, Lair Bear, what he would do if I'm president and I go and I have dementia or whatever. Would he?
Oh, he'd still make you cut the grass.
Yeah, he would be like, come on, you could do it. Come on, baby.
Like, I love my in-laws dearly, and I always bust chops on the air about my mother-in-law and her Trump derangement syndrome. But they're small business owners, and they've owned catering and concession, and they travel up and down, Pennsylvania, Maryland, Delaware, Virginia, and it's a lot of a grind. You're carrying these big fryers, and a lot of this manual labor. And my father-in-law obviously did all of that for many years. And during the pandemic, he came down with cancer and diabetes. So now afterwards, he's he's cancer free, but he's still got to watch his sugar and things like that. And, he's not as strong as he used to be. And my mother-in-law doesn't have him doing the grind every day because he's like 63, 64 years old now, and he can't do it. And I'm just thinking about that dynamic. And then I look at, and I get it, when you're the president of the United States, you're not, driving around with grills and trucks and gas and fryers and things like that for a concession business. But that's why I brought up the question about Jill. It's like, at some point, don't you just have to dial it back, because your husband can't literally put together a single stinking sentence. But you know what? They're addicted to power. They love the access. They love the money. Everything they've been allegedly accused of, I think, is true. And that's why they are playing this out till the final out of the 9th inning. All right, we are now approaching the 9th inning as we find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show, just about 10 minutes out at the top of the hour.
Yeah, so we'll get into Joe Biden in the Philadelphia region. So which Bible story do you think he related to? Moses not making it to the promised land, or maybe a New Testament story? Is it Job? Is it Joseph and his many coats? Which story? So we'll go through that. His campaign stops, 2 of them here in Philadelphia over the weekend, and talk about why he did not speak at the NEA conference that he was supposed to speak at, and that was last Sunday. And then we'll get into, we'll talk to Christine Flowers, obviously immigration attorney and local personality, author and columnist, and, has a Sunday show on one of the local affiliates. So we'll get into it with Christine Flowers, talking about immigration, Biden, get some of her takes. There's so much going on today, so much developing. We have Congress back in, as we've talked about. Will the S really hit the fan, as one Democrat told Axios today? Well, stay tuned.
Yeah, it's going to happen, and Joe is not in the clear by any stretch. I think every single day this will continue until eventually he either blows a gasket or maybe he does finally tap out and tag in somebody else. All right, 9:51. Let's find out what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, July 8th, we celebrate the birthday of Beck, who's now 54, and heavily birthday shout-outs to Andy Fletcher of Depeche Mode and Toby Keith. Singles Could You Better Run by Pat Benatar from 1980, and Stop Dragging My Heart Around by Tom Petty and Stevie Nicks in 1981. Albums that could redeem our souls by Judas Priest in 2014, a very underrated album, I do say. Beauty of the Beat by the Go-Go's in 81, and Lost Highway by Bon Jovi in 2007. Also in 73, Led Zeppelin's Houses of the Holy was on top both the U.S. and U.K. album chart. In 79, the B-52s made their live debut. In 72, Bill Withers was atop the Hot 100 with, of course, his song Lean On Me. And in 2023, Elton John ended his farewell tour with a show in Stockholm. But lastly, even though Greg isn't here, on this day in 2003, a tooth from the mouth of Elvis goes up for auction on eBay, along with a lock of his hair and a gold record. The lot sells for over $100,000. For Kayal & Company, I'm Phil Lundquist. Who cares? Nobody cares.
Nice work, Philip. Anytime you can poke Stalker while he's away, we like that. All right, that's it for us today. Good stuff. Sean, what do you say you come back and do it again tomorrow, buddy?
Hey, looking forward to it. Can't wait for it. We're under 24 hours from going on and doing it again. I'm so excited, and I love it. It's always so much fun spending the mornings with you guys and with everybody listening. There's no better way to start your day, no better way to start your week. So let's do it again tomorrow.
All right, let's do it again. Dawn is up next. We are back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Have a great rest of your Monday.
Good night, everybody.
Join Team Kayal & Company once again this year for the Bend to Shore Bike Tour on Sunday, July 21st. From Philly to Atlantic City, you can do the ride or just donate to support the cause. Visit bendtoshore.org. That's Ben, the number 2, shore.org. Let's show everyone how WPHT and Odyssey supports law enforcement. Bend to Shore is organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. FBBCF provides financial relief for the families of fallen and injured first responders and supports the Police Youth Alliance, which fosters a positive relationship between police and youth. Sponsored by Gelman Law. Need a criminal defense attorney or personal injury? Visit GelmanLawFirm.com.
Don't count on summer heat to melt away those extra pounds. That doesn't work.